Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Little change of plans for tonight. We are going to be doing the last of the trophies here for our Resin Beast stuff. This one was for Guinevere. We'll get you a little linky here to that, or just to show you what that looked like. There you go. So that was first place in the medium category. Also got the Manufacturer's Award from Loot Studios. Now, the last one you saw, well, this is the one we did, when was this, Saturday? Yeah, this must have been Saturdays right here. This one, we were trying to make that match our bus. Now, the previous one, that was painted to match the dwarfs here. Yep, our little dwarfs with the object source lighting and the Moria style basing. What we're going to do is kind of do the same one here. Move this over here. Nah, we'll leave you up there. So I'm thinking a demon guy here. He's going to be red. No object source lighting on this one. I'm going to try and make Mr. Monster down here some kind of blue. So basically the red on him, burgundy would try to match the inside, the lining of the cloak on Gwen. Blue on the monster, hopefully kind of matching whatever's the the blue of the outfit, and then we'll try to sneak in some golds here, maybe here. Yeah, that's where we can try and sneak in some golds. Hey there, Doji. So Doji, the fun video is gonna be coming your way soon. I'll shoot you a picture of all 12 of these here. This was really wild. Also, yeah, the Elkid, what is it? The Opera Elkids there. Those things, they might even drive faster than the other ones. It's insane. It really is insane. So Doji, yeah, don't bother posting anything just yet. Let folks kind of stroll in here and do their thing. And then once we get more folks in here, then definitely post your stuff. But great to see you there, Doji. So Doji, hopefully things are going okay with 45 kids, right? On the class trip. But thanks for sending the pictures, of course, as always. Much appreciated. I mean, I still the landscape. Well, that the Japanese landscape, right in winter there. That's gonna have to be some kind of a 2D painting at some point there, Doji, or maybe a few 2D paintings. Cause yeah, this is really sensational. Really love those pictures. So yeah, I think those will have to be at some point. They'll have to be transformulated into some kind of a Flat Thursday, maybe. Again, nothing fancy here, right? I just gotta get something on here. Right now, we're using basically our new faux radiants, as we like to call them. Just like, oh, remember the faux cadmiums? Yeah, remember those? These are faux radiants here. So yeah, Doji, that would be it would be kind of neat, right? A Japanese garden in Germany. I think it would be a fun subject matter there. Is this rock over here? Okay, that's more rock. More rock. I have to keep remembering there's no source lighting on this. I keep thinking that there is, but there is not. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'm telling you, in the video, there were times. Now these were the ones that I was using no additional other colors on them. I swear they were almost drying as I was painting them. That's how fast that stuff dries. So it was quite the learning experience there, Armored Wolf. Hey there, Uber Yeti. Nice to see you. Hey Yeti, it's been a little bit. Actually, Uber Yeti, if you want to post anything in chat, well, wait till there's more folks, Uber Yeti. Same thing, Doji. Just wait till there's some more folk. Well, actually, now there's 14. So, actually, why don't you go ahead, Doji? Same thing there, Uber Yeti. So, Armored Wolf, what do you think is in that Cathay box? I'm guessing like maybe one of each unit or something like that. Maybe one of the big honkin' monsters or whatever. Maybe one or two characters. And it'll be what, $15,000? I'm guessing. But all kidding aside, I think it could make for some interesting tutorials. No problem there, Uber Yeti. It with Adepticon and everything else, it's been absolutely nutsoid here for sure. Yeah, okay. Now again, we're gonna go a little different on the color scheme here. Not quite this. Here, let me get this here. Skelly friends, going to get this for now. Lots of little skelly friends down there. Now we're gonna go targeted on the glazes like we did on that second one. That worked out really well doing that. So we're gonna do that again. Remember, he's got lots of eyeballs this here. So again, great to see you there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, the Outgit experiments here have been really fascinating. Again, tons of stuff has been learned just in the last, wouldn't you say, the last month and a half, especially the last 2 months, Armored Wolf. And it's really fun, Doji, that the learning process just keeps on going. Although I forgot about those air balloons there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I forgot all about those. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I guess, I mean, I don't know if it helps plan ahead, but I think we should probably make it as playable of an army as possible. Obviously, there's going to be some pricey elements to that, but if it's going to be a decent series of streams and tutorials, I don't know, it might just have to be that way. Yeah. Speaking of tax time, that'll definitely have to go as a tax write-off, right, Armored Wolf? That's for sure. Oh, you know what? That's what I... Holy smokes, Armored Wolf. I completely forgot to take all of the... whatchamacallit, the subscriptions as expenses, right? All of the different Patreons. I've actually been forgetting to do that for years now. That's, oh well. Yeah, Armor, just let me know what you need me to send you there. And I appreciate that. And of course, I don't know. There's just something tells me that might be well, it's going to be the newest, greatest thing, right, Armored Wolf? So they probably won't make it Tomb Kings, if you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. I don't think this will be Tomb Kings 3.0. It might be a little bit OP, right? Yes, Armored Wolf. I completely forgot about that. Literally the last, I mean, well, every year. I've never actually taken any of those off. And I totally forgot about the ones that I've bought, right? Not just the Patreon ones and the tribes, but all the ones that I bought because, well, of course, right? Yeah, that was like the first little tease, wasn't it, Armored Wolf? Of the Cathay stuff? Or Cathay, or however they pronounce it. I'm guessing, Armored Wolf, that's not going to be rushed like MESBG was? That's something that's been coming down the pike for years and years, and not something where they said, oh, well, we better do something with this now. Anything, doesn't matter what it is. Actually, Armored Wolf, it would be hilarious if it wasn't all that long before Adepticon when it came out. I think that might give some of us a little bit of an advantage. If it was to only come out maybe a few months or so before Adepticon. All right, so there's our demon with something on him. Again, we're gonna be doing darker glazy things on that anyhows. Now the monster here, we're gonna try and make him more of a blue. Thank you so much, WT West. Appreciate that. So I take it maybe you're Morgoth. It's like no, no. I'm Schmorgoth. Well, here meet my cousin Schmandorf. We haven't seen Schmandorf in quite some time. How's about I cool you off there? He's like, dude, man, was that object source lighting with the new Alkids? He's like, no, no, man, this was like with the old oil paints. Oh man, those Marion Street ones, those take forever to dry. Sorry about that, WT West. We'll finally get you your Gandalf 6 roll right here. Hey there, Valfera, how you doing? Oh. So nice big 5 there for WT West. Thank you so much for the follow. So Valfera, hopefully still, if mostly dry down there. I know it was getting jinkier and jinkier and jinkier. Well, now again, what was my other one here? So you can already see, right? Very different approach here on the demon. Now, of course, we want the whatever that crazy monster is. We are going to try and make it more towards the blue again, because this is the thing that they got the trophy, right? So I'm trying to make it at least somewhat like the entry there. Actually, Armored Wolf, I wasn't sure if anything has been going on with the eruption up there. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you. Is that part? Okay, that is part of the monster. That's his tongue there. More monster down here. Again, things must be messy before they can be neat, right, Valfera? And Valfera, I can't wait for you to see this video where we did 12 of these. Well, technically 11, but we did all the opera cores. I did actually get a second set because while I was filming, it went from not available to available on Amazon. So I said, you know what? I'm just getting me another one of these. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that Uber Yeti just shared. And again, Doji, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So WT, I wasn't sure if you were also at Adepticon, and again, if you want to share any Adepticon stuff in the chat, we want folks to be able to do that. So Valfera, I think, well, you sent me pictures of the Ohio. Actually, Dave has also been sending me pictures of the Ohio River and such. And Cincinnati, I guess, is kind of underwater right now. I mean, not like kind of, but is literally underwater. So yeah, Valfera, sorry that this on top of everything else, there's this. So here's hoping that you finally get some kind of a break from that. Except I probably shouldn't have said nothing, right, Valfera? So everybody check out that Insta link that Uber Yeti just shared. Now again, we are going to be targeted, very targeted with our glazy things here. And we're using all of the, I almost said Windsor Newton, all of the Paul Rubens Alkids here. A couple of the Griffins chucked in there too. Oh, Mount Spur. I couldn't remember. I was trying to tell the family folks yesterday there, Armored Wolf. And I couldn't. This is stupid, but Mount Shasta kept coming into. That was the only thing that kept coming into my mind. I was like, no, that's not it. Let's see. Shallow volcanic earthquakes. No significant activity. Well, here's hoping it stays that way. Well, let's see. So Louisville also. Well, actually, Velfira, I mean, the Derby is this weekend, right? Coming up? No, no, that's in May. That's right. But there was like a convention or something that's kind of tied in to Derby Day that was canceled, and the name of it was definitely ironic for sure. No doubt about that. Okay, what do we got here? What have we got? Nah, not you. Maybe you. So Velfira, my apologies. I should always just keep my mouth shut, right, Velfira? Just keep my pie hole shut and don't say nothing. So sorry for whatever craziness ensues. I'll take the L for that. So yeah, Velfira, again. Sorry to keep putting the magnet on you. Yeah, me wishing anybody good luck with anything is literally a rare earth magnet for the target, right? So here we're going with some of our not radiant, violet there. What are you doing here? What we doing here? You know what? I'm just gonna let that set. We will play with this here. Hey there, it's Ranual. How you doing? Great to see you there, Ranual. Oh, that's what I forgot. Okay. Oh, it's over. It's this one. All right. Where are you hiding? You're in here somewhere. So I'm looking for the new Van Dyke Brown, which I hopefully actually put back in the right place here. Probably didn't because reasons. Oh, wait, is that it? Nope, that is not it. Maybe it went into here. Didn't go in there either. Somewhere is my Van Dyke. Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah, we're going to throw this out there. Boy, Vilfer, I know that everybody just hates those things. Because, well, you kind of need a stadium, pal, right? When you're doing that. But here's hoping that those keep working and doing what you need them to, of course. So Velfira, Thranul, great to see you, and of course, well, Velfira, gee whiz, well, obviously with all the mayhem going on, I'm sure you haven't had a chance to do anything miniature-wise in a long, long time. And of course, well, Velfira, if you wanted to share your dragon or anything like that, please go ahead and do that too. Yeah, I'm just trying to put a little something on. Now the chompers here. Yeah, alright, let me back up there, get maybe a little bit of that violet. It's gonna go on these skelly friends here. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I can't believe I've been totally forgetting all of that stuff for years now. I mean, literally since what, 2020? Yeah, that's how we roll here. I mean, Velfira, there's getting exercise, right? But I think you'd say, you know what? You want me to walk around? Fine, I'll walk around, but not for this reason. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll call that a trade. You say, all right, fine. You want me to walk around? I will do that. But how's about letting it be on my terms and not 15 times in the middle of the night, right? Because that makes it just a little bit difficult to get any kind of REM sleep for sure. Okay, wait, there's another one there. Got these guys over here. Alright, so I think I might try to do a little something later. Let me do that here. Happy birthday there. Everybody say happy birthday to Thranuel. Let me see, maybe, where is it here? Let's do this. How's about a little bit of a happy birthday hype train for Thranuel right there. There you go, all aboard the Linseed Express to Birthdayville. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Valfera just shared. So, another little adjustment here, since look, that actually fits. That sort of fits on screen, so instead of printing another smaller one, we're just going to paint the big honkin' one here. So for the Streamiversary, it's going to be the Mega Wapelius Spell Bust. Yeah, the Mega Wapelius Spell Bust. That's what we'll paint on Thursday, or whenever it is, Monday, Saturday, whatever stream day that's going to be. I don't know yet. We'll figure something out. But that day is not today. What's today? The 7th? So the 13th would be the target date, which is either a Monday or a Saturday. The heck if I know which one it is. I think it's supposed to be Monday. Oh, and by the way, Armada Monday. The reason I didn't do the ship, well, first of all, I did want to get all 3 of these, because I realized I just want to take pictures of all of them together. Also, though, the new Galeri compressor arrived, so it's weird. Now I have 3 of those little box compressors. I have the one from Badger, which again I don't think Badger's ever gonna make, even though Kent. I'm pretty sure that's the same one I was using at Gen Con Armored Wolf. So I doubt if Ken's ever gonna make those. But the Galeri one showed up earlier today, and I just wanted to do as much airbrush stuff with it as possible, kind of give it a little run through. That would probably be the video after the one with all of the object source lady stuff, right? Like all these little guys here. So yeah, Valfera, that was the plan until that compressor showed up today. I had no idea when it was going to. I did beg them not to send it while I was at Adepticon. And I thought, well, I have to airbrush a whole bunch of terrain and stuff for our imprintable. So I thought, well, since we got to airbrush a whole bunch of that, why not make it a real party? And also use it as an opportunity to review that compressor. So yeah, sorry that it's not an Armada Monday today. Okay, I think now we finally got the light stuff in here. All right, where's... Fine, we'll use this thing here. Alrighty, we're going to mix our... Oh, gee whiz, I really could use... Nah, we'll just do this. We'll do it this way here. Ooh, maybe not quite that much. Get some of that in there. So we're going to mix up our own little very dark red here. Hey there, Camda. So Camda, I think you saw the picture I sent you, right, of the object source lighting thing. Now, I actually just got a second set of those, Camda, because but when I started filming, they were not available on Amazon, and then as I was near done filming, they showed up, so I said, I'm just going to get me a batch. I'm not going to open them, right? I'll just leave them, in the boxes. But I figured, you know what, might as well get them while they're there. And Camda, I think you're really going to enjoy that video. Those things, they don't just dry fast, they dry incredibly fast, as in like holy smokes fast. I swear they actually dry faster than like the other Alkids. They are lickety split. So I got myself another set of the fluorescents. The opera colors, I think that's what they're called. Yeah, the opera colors. Because that would be something for, okay, Adepticon. Instead of me having to, pack a bunch of, tear down everything and stick them in boxes again, just leave them in the boxes they belong in. Hey there, Sectrix, how you doing? So yeah, Sectrix, well, hopefully we can try to do a little bit more of the AI stuff, because I think there's another AI STL file project I might need. Well, actually several, because there's some projects that we want to do, and I think having the AI STL file generation could be not just a very handy thing, but something that could make for some really good videos. Yeah, Sectrix, not sure what that is, right? We've never heard of it before, not on this channel. Actually, Sectrix, are we going to have to call this an AI channel? Of course, that would probably generate a not kind response, but we might have to call it that. Because I used to generate the some ideas for this Guinevere that got the first place Resin Beast. Well, I didn't follow the pattern exactly or anything like that, but at least gave me some ideas. It said, "Have you ever thought of something like this?" And just based on those ideas, I was able to, instead of having to spend hours and hours sketching stuff out, only to find out, well, maybe that idea is no good, I just let the AI do that for me. So yeah, Sectrix, I do think that there's some really. I'll try and shoot you a message after the stream. I think there's a few interesting projects. Not the least of which would be for my niece's wedding. Trying to turn them and their dog into STL files. Wow, look at the power. Check this out, Velfair. Look at the power of the pinline watch. Look at, I put it over here. It went this way, up and over and down. Is that not crazy, Velfira? Look at that. That is absolutely bonkers. Keep going with this here. Also this. More here. So again, very different from what we did on the other trophy. But this burgundy, again, I think you can see the lining maybe on the... Yeah, you can see, well, it's kind of dark in that image, but the lining of her cloak was kind of this burgundy color. And I thought, well, why don't we continue that here? Valfira, I was wondering if you had a hanker. Well, obviously you would love to be, painting miniatures all the time, but I wasn't sure if you were kind of getting maybe a little hankering to get back into your Gunpla stuff. Which, I don't know, would that be a little bit easier than, say, some of the 3D printed stuff? There. Gunpla is, I mean, obviously I've never had the chance to experience the wonders of its, well, look at that. It's also carrying in down there, too. Let me try. Oh, yeah, let me try to get this blue stuff over here. So I'm going to move you out of the way. Grab some of this here Prussian blue. And a bit of our black. So we're trying to almost kind of make ourselves a bit of a indigo here, kind of, sort of, maybe. In you go. Now, actually, Thranul, how goes the? I know you had a whole bunch of new courses that you had to do. The course on that certain type of law. Hopefully that is going well, because I think you started that. Oh, geez, not long before Adepticon, right, Thranul? So Velfair, I'll let you know what that. Oh, actually, Sectorix. I don't know if you heard, but the Galaric box compressor came in. I wasn't able to get him to that one, the airbrush that you had. I don't think they quite understood what I was talking about. Now they keep trying to send me this affiliate link that I never get a chance to do anything with because it's just a little too crazy here. There we go. Now we're starting to get in some of the ultramarine into this. In you go. And again, this is going to lose the shiny pretty quickly because of being it's all the Paul Rubens alkyds here. So I'm sure that I mean no course is easy, right, Thranul? Oh, that's right, Sectrix. You were saying that. That's right. You were talking about how you had an airbrush holder for that thing. I was like, wait a minute. Sectrix had some kind of ingenious thing that went along with that. Oh, actually, the other thing I was gonna try and look for was some kind of 3D printable, basically an oil paint hanger. And I think we were talking about this, right, Sectrix? Now, of course, all of these tubes are different sizes, but something where it's almost like a little fork here, and the paints just kind of sit on that. And maybe if it's even like this long or something, so you could put several paints in a row, and they would literally just hang on it like this, and that way they could maybe be stacked up on top of each other. So I'll sketch something out there, Sectorix. And I'll try and sketch something out, just a few little concepts there. And then you can put your genius on there, right, Crazy Wolf? So Crazy Wolf, hopefully the printers are still going like gangbusters for you. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much for 41 months. There we go. And that is a continuous, unbroken 41 months. Thank you so much, Crazy Wolf. Appreciate that. So yeah, right, Velfira, that could be, well, a couple of things it would do is, because these things, and again, the tubes are a little bit on, oh, that's not really, I think maybe this one here, no, that's not the one. Some of these are really starting to get kind of dinged up here. Oh, here, that one might work, yeah. So you can see how this is really starting to get hammered pretty much here. And I was hoping, again, something where they could just be hanging like this. And that might prevent any mischief. So thanks again. Appreciate that, Crazy Wolf. So again, we're trying to do a very... Look at this. See how that's already... Look at that. See how that's less shiny already? No matter what, Tyrannual, I hope that everything is a big success for you. Again, I'm sure you're gonna. Hopefully, it'll also be very helpful as far as post university and getting some nice gigs there. Hopefully, that works out too. So again, just relying here on the alkyds to set as quickly as possible. When I was doing that stuff last night, it was shocking, Camda, to see how fast those alkyds were setting up. I mean, you could almost measure it with a stopwatch. That's how fast it was happening. So holy smokies. I'm going to zoom in once here because it'll be easier to control this. I know you won't be able to see as much maybe at any one time, but I think it would actually help. Oh, gee whiz, more of our blue over here. All right. So I think this is working out, getting the blue and the red going here. So yeah, the Velfair. I was going to actually do a little bit of a search on, My Mini Factory, whatever, to see if I could find something. Because there's, let's see, the Gamlin tubes are different. I'm pretty sure that the Williamsburgs are actually close. Well, even the Richesons are different. So you got the Williamsburgs, which might be closer to, where the heck? Of course, I'm going to have to reach somewhere else to find one. There it is. See, they're about the same as the Windsor Newton. So the width on those caps is almost the same, at least this part of it. And again, that's where the little fork thing would go. Obviously, I'd have to get all this junk off of there. No, I definitely don't have a laser cutter there, Camda, unfortunately. I know that the, the new bamboo thing is supposed to have some kind of laser cutter aspect to it or whatever. Or is it laser etching? Now, of course, a death ray laser, that would be, I would settle for that. I would not mind a death ray laser. Again, that's, I cannot confirm nor deny they might be used for entertainment purposes. There we go. Let's see, Gail Tip says that there's a, could check out maybe Joann's Fabric. Let's see, yeah, Gail Tip, I only just really kind of, it popped into my head the other day, and I thought, I wonder if there's something around here. I hope that you're doing well there, Gail Tip, and of course, Gail Tip, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. And I don't know if you had a chance to do the whole Adepticon thing, if there's something you wanted to share there. So Camda, yeah, that I think it would be very, very, very helpful to have some kind of a hanging rack there, because we have so many different types, right, Camda, and having the shelves. Well, you can see how hard it is for me to get to each one, right? You can hear me even in the video last night. I'm fumbling around trying to get to certain colors. You heard me just doing that now. So that could be kind of an important thing maybe in the future here. I didn't think so, Guilt-Tip. I didn't think so, but here's hoping that everything works out for next year. Guilt-Tip, the new building was interesting to say the least, and I know that a lot of folks were disappointed they couldn't go this year, but in some ways, you have the advantage of looking back and saying, all right, what was the stuff that maybe worked? What was the stuff that maybe didn't work? And you'll be able to maybe make a better assessment of what it is you want to do and how you want to approach Adepticon. So kind of think of it that way. Everybody please check out the 2D art there that Guilt-Tip posted. And again, Guilt-Tip, great to see you. Thanks as always for joining us here. So Camda made some trays for the Paul Rubens. They're stackable and they don't use a lot of filament. Well, Camda, needs are as needs must. Actually, if you wanted to, if you want me to print those out and show them off in a video or something like that, like a printing workshop video or something. Yeah, if you want me to do that, why not, right? No, we don't want to call Guilt-Tip a gel tip. Actually, Guilt-Tip, these kind of eyeliner pens here, boy, that's really hard to get off of there with just one hand. These have been really interesting, and actually I got another one that's supposed to be even finer than this coming on the way. It's going to take at least probably a week and a half or something to get here. Boy, thanks. Appreciate that. I think you heard the story behind that, right? Where I started painting it backwards. So where the entrance was, that's where I was painting the Balrog part, and flipped around the other way. So yeah, completely, completely screwed up starting out there. Yeah, I had the one part facing the wrong way, so I had to paint that again. I had to wipe out what I had done. Fortunately, I realized it at least early enough. Yeah, Camda, I mean, that wouldn't hurt, right? Just let me know if there's any links or something like that. If they got a My Mini Factory or a Cults 3D or something like that, just let me know. Velfira, hey Velfira, look, I'll give you homework. Yeah, it's your favorite thing, Velfira, is me giving you homework. That's your task because, I mean, you know what we're looking for. So if there's anything that you see and you say, okay, that really, I don't think that's going to work, then that way you could kind of say, all right, look, this thing, I saw it, but I don't think it's going to work. So everybody, please, again, check out that Instagram link that Guiltip just posted. And I think you got my email, right, Camda? And I'm guessing that would probably fit in the email, wouldn't it? Like you're saying, it's not exactly, it's not a 50 bazillion polygon file, I would think. And Camda, believe it or not, if it used up a fair amount of filament, wouldn't matter. Saving the wear and tear on the tubes, that, what's that? Oh, priceless. There you go. Yeah, that would be the priceless bit. So yeah, that would I would not be opposed to that at all. So Thranio, I wasn't. Well, you've probably been way too busy with university and the new classes to try out the Paul Rubens stuff. Again, the latest video was kind of featuring it's part 3 of the intro series on the Paul Rubens alkyds. Now, of course, we did cheat a little bit because I did use them on the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. Yeah, I figured, Thranual, just something told me that it was going to be way too busy for you to be able to mess around with the paints and such and do all the university stuff. But no matter what, Thranual, happy birthday again. As we just want to make sure that you get your birthday wishes. So Rocket, this was the third set of the Paul Rubens alkyds, and one of the things that I noticed is that for beginners, what's the first thing that happens is that, they're used to acrylics, which means putting way too much paint on the thing, and it takes 17 years for the stuff to dry, and people say, oh, this is not for me, and they just stop using them. So I was thinking that these alkyds could be beginner friendly. Armored Wolf and I were talking about that before the stream, just saying, hey, you know what? If people didn't have that initial kind of disappointment of they use them and the thing takes forever to dry, maybe they'll be just more inclined to stick with them. And the fact that they were drying so quickly, I could practically see them drying as I was painting them in a video last night. Now, there's disadvantages. There's a reason why we're doing the darker primer stuff here with the glazy stuff over the top, because that's kind of their forte. They do not work well as a pre-glaze, as in not at all. So yeah, they're not going to work well as a pre-glaze. However, as you can see, they work fine as sort of a post-glaze regime like what we're doing here. So sometimes you just got to use stuff in the way that they work well. So Rocket, since the alkyds are mixed with the paint, no glossy. As a matter of fact, it's anti-glossy. These alkyds are actually more matte. I mean, it's almost like they're all iron oxide paints. It's like negative amount of shine. It's like the anti-shine, which makes them even more incredible. I mean, this is one I just painted. I was working on this at about 5:30 this morning. Also, too, it's basically dry. But yeah, this would normally have some shininess on it. There is no shiny on that whatsoever. And again, for the price point, Camda, right? You can't beat that. So again, Sector X, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow. Just get kind of caught up on things. I've been trying to kind of fill you in on all the Adepticon stuff. There was so much going on there. So many aspects to that, and again, a lot of it was just trying to survive. And we're just Armored Wolf and myself, Charity, Melissa, we're all trying to just kind of recover from that. So Velfira, yeah, you don't want to use them as a pre-glaze because they have no staining power, even the ones that should. But as this kind of a glaze, Velfira, they work well because look at this. I don't know if you remember. Let me grab the first one here. I don't know if you remember this one here. So I did all the Perling Crimson glazy stuff on these areas. So we're 47 minutes in. I want to say about an hour and a half in, there was still shininess, right? Whereas here, right, that is just look. It looks like it's bone dry right there. So Rocket. Oh, do I have it here? In that video, it was oh yeah, that's right, Camda. For the first time, I extensively tested the white, the titanium white that is in that's the starter set there, or the set of Paul Rubens, and actually to me it works pretty well, because that's all I used here. And on the palette, it seemed to dry as fast as our regular fast matte white. So Velfira, you would kind of lose your staining power if you added them into a pre-glaze. They just work. Actually, Velfira, it's kind of funny. What would you say? How am I trying to phrase this here? Oh, and I actually had. Oh, and I even had a great word for it, Velfira, and I totally forgot. Right before the stream, I knew what I wanted to call it. It's basically your what does this do? This darker primer, right? It's a faster approach. Well, what's the thing that you're kind of waiting on? Is this, right? These glazes here, we're waiting for those to set. If these set faster, you're taking a faster approach and you're making it that much faster. Hey, Sea Dragon, how you doing? Boy, Sea Dragon, it's been a little while. I hope that you are doing well. And Sea Dragon, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Camda, I was very surprised because you know what happened with the zinc white. That was a no bueno on the zinc white, even with the Rubens. But the titanium white, it seems to work, doesn't it? So yeah, Velfira, I think. Well, look at this. See that? See how it's going against gravity? Look at that. That's pretty wild, isn't it? That is really wild. So Camda, the only possible use I could see for the zinc white is if you're trying to do the same thing like we do with, say, the acrylic inks, where we're mixing that opaque white with the ink, and then it creates something that's sort of semi-opaque. So I think that is the only possible usage for it. So yeah, Velfir, unfortunately, if you were to mix them in with your pre-glaze, you would get less adhesion. Now, of course, certain colors are not necessary. Of course, Egyptian Violet, the two super stainers, right, Velfira, are the two that take the longest to dry. So gilt tip, yeah, that's what I'm doing. It works very well. Any kind of oil stuff is going to work well with a pin line wash because it's the thinner. It's not necessarily the oil paint. Oh, gee whiz. Here we go. This was a little... I think this is water here. See that? Look at that. That's water, right? 1 second here. Give me a second. Give me a second. That's thinner next to it. Look at this. There's water. There's thinner. Now you know why pin line washes do what they do. Look at it. It's still sitting there. It hasn't budged. It has not moved. Look at this here. That is the difference between the water and the thinner, and this is why pin line washes are going to work with the oils, not so much with the acrylics right there. How's about we welcome in Baltard B. So Baltard, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. It's all capillary all the time, right, Camden? So welcome into our raiders. Everybody, please give Baltard B a follow. So B, this is the last of our trophies that we're working on here. So this right here, that's Resin Beast Trophy 4. This right here. So that was our Guinevere. That was first place in the medium category. Now, the last one we painted, this was Saturday. So we painted up this guy right here, and that was for our bust, and that was third place in bust. So there's that. These are all from made by Creature Caster, and then the very first one here. So that was there you go, first place for unit, and we tried to match our dwarfs there. Yes, our with our faux Moria basing scheme on them. So again, try to make them as close as I could. Obviously, you can see there's a difference here, right? Here we had all the object source lighting stuff. Here we're trying to do something a little bit different. See you later there, Baltard B. Oh, thanks, Rocket. Appreciate that. So Valfira, if you want to check out it was the latest terrain tutorial, and kind of go towards the end where I try to do pin line washing of the lighter stuff that we do right with our source lighting, and it failed miserably because it took out all of the opacity. I mean, it literally wiped it out. I mean, it annihilated the opacity. It was gone. So if you wanted to see like a live example of that, Valfair, just watch that video. I think it's kind of like 3/4 of the way through at least, maybe even a little bit further, maybe about 80%, 85% through the vid. And again, that was one of the most recent ones. So we're still using our oil paints. Let's see, 53 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on this. There was no nothing. And again, we are trying to match. Oh, here we actually have the figure here. So the red on our demon is kind of like the burgundy here, right, in her cloak. Obviously, you can see the blue, trying to match our little whatever monster that is, and then trying to sneak in some gold where possible. All of the stuff that we did, whether it was that figure there, the bust, any of these things, these were all done either on tutorial vids or, like our dwarves, they were painted live on stream. So every single brushstroke of every single Resin Beast entry was either recorded or live streamed, one or the other. So yeah, Velfer, it was really shocking to see like an in-person example of that. Well, it wasn't just shocking, it was very upsetting because I was racing against the clock. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, you know what you really needed? You needed for that to work the way it did in oils, but it sure did not. It most surely did not work that way. So again, everybody please give Baltard B a follow there. And again, I know Baltard B had to take off, and usually, we'll say, hey, why don't you share some links to things that you're working on? We are in the opening stages here. We're not even 1 hour in. 1 hour ago, this entire thing was just primer. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to be rotating around here. We're going to get down into some of our skin tones on Mr. Demon here. We're going to get mid-tones. We're going to get some lighter stuff happening there. All the good stuffs. Let me hit some of this some more up here. Come on. And now these are the newly discovered alkyds. These are from Paul Rubens. The Griffin alkyds from Winsor Newton, those work really well. And they're a decent price point at usually between $6-7 a tube. But the Paul Rubens are quite the savings at, more like, depending on how many of them you get at once, you're talking like $2 a tube. And the tube is bigger. So you're talking about 50 mil tubes, somewhere in the neighborhood of potentially a couple of bucks a piece. We're rocking, again, a whole bunch of glazy things right here. And we still got that to do. That's right. There's one other area that we want to hit with our glazy stuff. Again, that's given all this time to set. None of it's dry. None of it is dry. However, we can say that it is set. Yeah, Sector X. Now, we'll see how things play out, obviously, with the current environment. That is one of the reasons why I got myself another set of the fluoros. Unfortunately, again, I did not. I was at Adepticon, so I didn't get to do the spring sale. I would have gotten the other set of 38, right, Canada? It's a set of 38. Oh, see that pin line washy thing? I'm going to actually magnify that here. I'm going to play into that. I'm going to give me some violet, and I'm going to give me some of this. Some of the. Ooh, look at that. That's the violet and the coal black. That's going to go into some ports of this here, and we're going to really shoot some, not just darker colors in there, but a different color. So Thranduil, the nice thing is you'll never need to do that. The only reason I'm getting additional sets is so that if I need to, like Adepticon, instead of me having to pack everything up and haul it to Adepticon, I can just leave them in their original boxes and just use them only for things like Adepticon or Gen Con or something like that. So that's the only reason why I'm getting additional sets, Thranduil. Or possibly, if I have to do a live class or something like that, you'll never have to worry about that. Is that... okay, wait, let me put a little more of this in here. Also there. And now on his hand, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's going to play right into the next glaze, which is right over here, where I got to do some violet stuff anyhows. So yeah, Rocket, that's the nice thing, is that we call them the universal alkyds, because unlike all the other ones, you can basically get these anywhere. Now, they might be a little different price-wise. And Camda says, yeah, right, you think? But at least they're available. Whereas, some things... You could have all the money in the world. You still can't get your hands on them, like the Marion Street oils, because, they sell them, I think, on Amazon now, but they're 20 some odd bucks per tube. You can basically get all of the Paul Rubens fluorescent alkyds, all 12 of them, and then some for the price of 2 Marion Streets. Now, of course, the Marion Street stuff is going to be much more pigmented. It's going to be much more intense. It's also going to take a long, long time for it to dry because it's the nature of the beast. And I know there's some folks that just they're not really into mixing their own. So again, this kind of fulfills multiple needs. And even the ones that I mix myself, those are not necessarily the fastest drying. They dry faster than the Marion Streets, but they still ain't the fastest drying in the world, that's for sure. Alright, so we're almost now through with all of our glazy stuff here. We've been keeping it as simple as possible here. And get more of that magenta stuffs down here. Come on, get in there. Alright, fine, a little more of the violet maybe. Where's my violet? There you are. Get in there. What do we have down here? Some brown in there, whatever. Do your thing, don't care. Some of that. Okay, I think now we have just about every area with some sort of coverage here. Now, actually, there was a couple of interesting film noirs on the tutorial last night, Valfira. Yeah, can't wait for you to see those. Now, let me see, since we got these both here. Let's see what happened. Well, this should be fun, Valfira. Now, of course, we don't have the shading on this one quite yet, so we'll have to do this a couple of times, right, Valfira? But, I mean, neither one of these looks like it has object source lighting, does it? Neither one. We basically have completely eliminated, for the most part, all of the source lighting over there. Now, even at a few percentage point, look at that. It's already coming back, coming back, coming back. We're almost there, there we go. Never gets old, does it, Valfira? And we know it's coming. It never, ever, ever gets old. I'm going to use this as a little bit of a blending brush here. This is the other advantage, right, of the oil. See what I'm doing here? If I was to do this, we're talking about massive amounts of watermarks. Oh, and look at this. Look at our capillary action there. That's still sitting there in its place. It's literally, it's going to dry that way. Not going to budge. That's the thinner. That's the water. This is why any acrylic product, I don't care what they say, that's acrylic capillary action versus this. I'm thinking there's a wee bit of a difference. Don't be fooled by big acrylic. It's tricksy and it is false. That right there, believe your lying eyes, right? Now, an alcohol-based product, that's different. Where's the, like here, right? We took the weathering powders and we mixed them with rubbing alcohol and what the heck was that stuff? The pigment fixer, which kind of acted like rubbing alcohol. You could see they had a whole different type of capillary action, more like what we're just experiencing here. That versus the water there. Now I'm just doing this so that I can get back into. I think we're all right here. I think we can start playing around with some lighter reds. Let me see what we want to do with this here. Now we can certainly make this a whole lot lighter. Where's my red there? Man, that my red is already starting to set a little bit there. It's absolutely crazy. So it's the right here. So the main there's your main brand, Speedball. These are the guys that do all the rapidograph stuff and the inks. Mona Lisa, the sub brand, high quality odorless paint thinner. Speedball, primary. Mona Lisa, sub brand. Okay. Come on, more of this here. A little bit of orange. Let's start working this in here. Like we do. And again, I just you can get it at Michael's, Hobby Lobby, I think is probably the cheapest place I've gotten it. I do think that Dick Blick has it. I probably have also gotten it off of Dick Blick as well, but again, I think you should be able to get it fairly easy at, say, a Hobby Lobby or something. Michael's. I don't go to a Michael's at all. I don't go to any art stores. I just get the stuff online. Got no time for going to any stores. It's just go online. Oh, there it is. Get it. Boom. Done. Dick Blick is definitely much faster with the shipping than Hobby Lobby is. I don't know if, well, wasn't it Michael's Valfera where there was a little bit of mischief, shall we say, or was it Amazon? Or was it both? I'm trying not to bring that up because I know it's your favorite thing to think about. You're like, seriously? With all of this stuff going on, you had to bring that up too? Yeah, let's stoke this up a little bit more right here. And again, I just filmed the latest Patreon page episode. The newest one, which is, where are you hiding? There you are. Episode 3 on our super elaborate freehand on this Trench Crusade vehicle. So again, you can see lots of Trench Crusade imagery right there. We'll be filming episode 4 on that, most likely later this week. But that is up on the Patreon page right now. We also have a Trench Crusade Army painting series. That'll be about episode 2. Probably will film that Wednesday. That'll be the color test figure, and it is the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. So these guys right here, we're doing an army painting series on them. How you doing, Inganes? Great to see you. Happy Tuesday, Inganes. Oh, it just became Tuesday here. Look at that. Just became Tuesday here. So happy Tuesday all around. Well, except for the folks where it ain't Tuesday yet. Yeah. Now let me. I'm not gonna use I'm gonna use this here. Let me try and see what happens with this. Now we gotta start getting some lighter stuffs in here. And this is where I want to do a couple of different colorations. We're going to go warmer, I think, on the highlight parts, if you want to call them that, and cooler in any reflected light areas. So in the shadows. Hey, Zell, how you doing? So, Zell, hopefully things work out. I guess, how do you find out from them that they're actually going to, shall we say, acknowledge the claim? Because I think I maybe tried to put in one of those years ago, not with much success. Here's hoping that yours is much successful. So Zell, we're still, Armored Wolf, myself, we're all still trying to catch up on sleep. Because, well, as you saw, there was basically none of it. And of course, congratulations, Zell, on the big tournament win there. Now, actually, Zell, if you wanted to share any of your tournament stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to keep magnifying some of the light here. on some of these here. We're going to keep going. Trying to get more of a warmer red on these upper surfaces. Everything that is going to be kind of facing or down here, right? That is going to have more of a cooler color to it. So yep, like Armored Wolf says, there ain't no sleep in Wampleville. There we go. Now, Zell, I wasn't sure if you wanted to... oh, and Zell, wait a minute. Oh, where the heck is it? Here it is. Give me a second here to reach it. It's kind of hard to reach. So, remember all the nebulas I was showing you, Zell? So we did a 2D painting of that, and obviously we'll be doing things like the phoenix, the dragon, that sort of thing. Actually, hey Drexia, how you doing? Great to see you, Drex. Okay, let me... Again, I'm still working with the... this is still almost more of a mid-tone. I definitely will be going even brighter than some of this. So great to see you there, Drexia. I hope that everything, of course, goes well for you there. And of course, for all the folks in, well, I guess Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, here's hoping that that the moisture starts receding for you there. I know it's been a rough 3 weeks or so, maybe more like a month, actually, almost a month. Yeah, at least like at least 3.5 weeks. So Zell, if you want those to be completely different and also not something that we've already done. Now we've already done red, something like this. We've done kind of sort of a violet type of thing. Let me try something here. Something like that. So that would be possibly something maybe like a almost like a gray violet type of color, because we did sort of a gray green, almost like a starship or a Federation starship, grayish green, whatever. Either that, or where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. Either that, or this kind of a warm green to a cooler turquoise. So kind of a color shifting with maybe those purple accents or something like that. Because there's a kind of a larger surface area, so it actually shows a little bit more areas for color. And again, it'd be more of a turquoise sort of a thing, which should definitely make it look much cleaner. Obviously not the rusty stuff. Alright, what are we doing here? Yeah, let's just keep going a little lighter, maybe even with this right here. So we're going to continue with the orange. However, I'm going to take a little bit of the white into that. Even if it gets a little bit almost on the peachy side of things, that is okay. Something like that. Either that or the other thing I thought about was something almost like, was it Space Above and Beyond or Babylon 5, where it's a much deeper, I don't want to say bluish black, but a much darker scheme, because then that might allow for the I think there's a lot of little lights and stuff, right, Zell? The darker the overall color scheme is, the more that the lights would show up, whether they're interior lights or something like that, or fighter bays or something like that. Let me use that as a bit of a blending brush right there. So yeah, it could almost be a little bit of an ode to Babylon 5 / Space Above and Beyond. Do this here again, trying to get a little bit more of the lighter stuff going on these. Also here. Hey there, recoil. I thought that might draw in a wild recoil. So everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Of course, Recoil, if you want to share your stuff in the chat there. I know you've got some stuff you can. And say hello to Rottweiler for me. I think Rottweiler was he painting? He's not painting Angron. He's painting Abaddon, right? Recoil. I think he's been doing that the last 2-3 streams. At least I know he was doing it on his last stream. So yep, this is a pro Babylon 5 channel, of course. Let's here we go. Where's our fealty to Babylon 5? Where are you at? Where's our 2D art here? There it is. Yep, there it is. Let's see, 2 little fishes down in the sea. 2 little fishies, just Londo and me. That was one of my favorite scenes. Was them in that stupid lift there. I'm just trying to get back to my scene. There we go. 2 little fishies, just Londo and me. And of course, oh, thanks, Drexia. I've got, I have a signed portrait of Peter Jurasik. I've got a signed portrait of Mira Furlan. Pretty sure I've got a signed portrait of Zach. I don't think I have one of Garibaldi. I know I have several portraits of Garibaldi. I'm just trying to think of the people that, actually, I know I got a chance to meet all the actors that played Sinclair, Dr. Franklin. So again, that is still my favorite show of all time. Again, one of the reasons I really liked it is because, well, the humans were not the they were not the all-powerful ones, right, Grand Oracle? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, you're really gonna like the next episode here. These the Alkyd fluorescents from Paul Rubens, they were drying so fast they were drying during the filming. Hey there. Hey, this is Art. How you doing? So this is Art. It's kind of funny that they did all of them on a bunch of Amiga 2000s, which is literally what I was using at the time. And I was using Lightwave 3D. So this is Art, unfortunately, because there was something where the original whatever tape was destroyed in a fire or something like that. It means they can't go back and redo the effects like they did where, like, the original series Star Trek, right? They went back in and they redid all of the special effects and the matte paintings and everything. Unfortunately, that is not possible with B5. Well, I'm glad that you're back a little bit. Well, hopefully you're back for a good reason there, Grand Oracle, and not somebody getting injured or something like that. So yeah, Recoil, we were literally working on the same Amiga 2000. Of course, we only had one. I think, didn't they have about a whole room full of Amiga 2000s? And they kind of daisy chained all those together and kind of rendered all the bits and pieces. I mean, to me, a lot of the computer effects you see and stuff is kind of on the fake side, anyways, even today. So I don't really. That's not really something that I'm gonna really get too hung up about. So Zell, I think it's probably best to do the humies there again, some kind of dark bluish gray, and allow for lots of lights to light panels and stuff to be showing up there. I think that would probably be the way to go. So this is art. Unfortunately, again, they can't do that because there was something right recoiled. The original video got destroyed, so there is no original whatever that they can go back and remaster. I guess is that the term for it? So yeah, unfortunately, that is not on the cards. But to me, it does not matter. Yeah, let's do this. Is that okay? That's not skin right there. Okay, that's more of a rope there. So Drexia, the core is mother, the core is father, right? Wasn't that the Psi core? Oh, that's right. I also did. I had a portrait of Bester and Ivanova with the Psi core logo there. Let me keep going with this here. I mean, basically, there's very few left. You have Ivanova, you've got Sheridan. I mean, Garibaldi. Even I think Zach, he's gone too now. Obviously, Lando, Jakar, all of the favorites, Delenn, all of them, unfortunately, not around. I'm trying to think, actually, it's been years now since I last saw B5. Well, unfortunately, it's all me TV. I'm either the one on the TV or I'm the one filming the stuff that's going on the TV. So I don't get a chance to watch other folks on TV, which is kind of weird, and just how it's worked out. Let me change over to this here. So, yep, that's why I said that Sheridan still around. Alright, we're going to take more of our white here. You know what? Where's my... I'm going to put some of that over here. Let me see what this here is going to do. Alright, we're getting there with our lighter stuff here. We're trying to also maybe get some of the texturizing happening here. I think the next thing I might start doing is the skinny tones on our whatever our monster is here. Thank you so much, Biscuit Town. Appreciate that. Actually, a biscuit sounds really good. What do you think? He's like, I'm kind of busy right now with this monster here, but hey, is that the Watcher in the water? He's like, I don't know. It's got a lot of eyeballs. Maybe it is. It is an eyeball monster, kind of like the Watcher in the water. This is for Biscuit Town. Do we get some biscuits? Well, we got some gravy. So I think we got some biscuits too. Thank you so much, Sir Hero. Appreciate the follow. So this is art. I'm either filming tutorial videos or I'm live streaming. So that's why I never get a chance to watch anything, because I'm always the one in front of the camera. And when I'm not in front of the camera, I'm in front of the editing station like I was earlier, editing the videos. So yeah, sadly I never gets to watch anything. Yeah, Grant Oracle, didn't she try doing some albums way back in the day? I'm pretty sure she tried. I think she released at least one album or something like that. I think that was during Babylon 5 era also. I could be wrong, but I think so. So yeah, this is art. Was it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday streaming, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday filming, and when we're not doing that, editing, rendering, all that stuff. Yeah, I think Lita. Actually, I did do because there was a Charlie's Angels picture of Lita and uh, Mira Furlan and Ivanova. I know I painted that one. Actually, I think I sent you a picture of that, right, Recoil? The one of the three of them. So I know that there was that other. What was the other fleet? The one that was going to be. Oh no, that's the Eldar one. Never mind. Boy, Recoil. I'm gonna have to. Well, I have to. There's always little things like that, right? That were embedded in B5. That's what was so nice about it. Yeah, I'm gonna go even a little lighter with this, and then we also have to get some of the cooler colors right in some of our shadows here. And again, most likely our next BFG Armada Monday is going to be more of our orky mimes there. Yeah, let's get some of this going here. Nope, that's still rope there. It is not skin tone. Oh boy, I can't quite reach it from here. I actually had one of those Tyranids out. But well, we know what we're doing for the Tyranids, that's for sure. And that is definitely going to involve some fun aspects of the interference colors. Actually, Guild Tip, Kathy and I, she found that, I think it was one of those free TV, like, not TiVo, what was that called? Whatever it was, where, I mean, you had to watch ads, but it wasn't network TV, and they had Space 1999 on there. Now again, I gotta find. I'm sure since there was only one season of it, there must be a DVD of. What was it? I just Space Above and Beyond. That's it. Yeah. I did enjoy the human ships in that. So I actually did have a. We actually made a uniform, like a flight suit, and of course it'd be so much easier now. But we actually had the patches made for the different. For some of the different squadrons. me do this here. I'm fairly certain that at least in the initial seasons of that, didn't they have a pretty large budget as far as things go? I think it was sort of like the original Battlestar Galactica. Recoil, I've never seen Blake 7. I did get to see, Red Dwarf. That's it. Yeah, actually, we were watching those. I had all of the Red Dwarf episodes. We would watch those at the hospital, since obviously we were going to be there for several hours at a crack. We could get through a decent portion of one season during a session. Tubi, that's it. Yeah. Again, we're working some of the orange highlight stuff in here. Where's up? We'll just use you to blend some of that like so. Recoil way back in the day. Remember that that Doctor Who convention I was telling you about in the 90s? Well, since Doctor Who hadn't been rebooted yet, most of their guests were from B5, Red Dwarf, Blake 7. Yeah, that's actually where I ended up meeting more than a few of the Babylon 5 actors, was at Visions. Let me do this here. Oh, and by the way, Flat Thursday, I remember I told you I've got a lion set up, so we did the wolf, the Squeak Nebula last week. This Thursday we'll be doing a lion. I think that should be super fun. Okay, that does have our white in there. All right, I was wondering what all was in there. Start to get some action on his face here. Something at least a little lighter in a few spots here. Yeah, so let's see, the right, what was the religion that was established, right? Because he wanted to, it was going to be a combination hot dog and donut restaurant or something like that. And that's right. The guy that was the cat was the guy that was on what was that? Murder in Paradise. Yeah, the guy that played the Dwayne, the kind of the wisecracking police guy on Death in Paradise. He was the guy that was the cat on Red Dwarf. And yeah, I did not know what Red Dwarf was until that Visions convention. And again, that was, they could get more guests for Red Dwarf than they could for Doctor Who. So I met an awful lot of British actors that really liked me because I had no idea who they were. They were just regular people to me. So we had all kinds of conversations because they knew I had no clue. And they could just talk like a regular person because I wasn't going to ask him anything outside of just regular human stuff, not TV stuff. Okay, so we're starting to get there now. Do I have me another one of the, okay, not you. Maybe we'll use this here. I needs me something for the eyes. Let me try this here. Man, oh man, this titanium white, Camda, this is very much, oh yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, the titanium white that is in the, whatever one of the sets of, the Alkids from, whatchamacallit there, it's, it seems to do pretty darn well. It's very much like fast melt white. And again, we are painting the Resin Beast trophies that we got. Again, this one is for the first place in medium, and that, of course, was our Guinevere. That also got the Loot Studios Manufacturers Award. So many thanks to Creature Caster, Loot Studios, and such for putting that on. I did actually get to paint in the Creature Caster booth, which is something that will definitely be happening in subsequent years. There we go. It went much better than the first time I tried it years ago because we had the fabulous voice amplifier that Armored Wolf got me. That makes a massive difference. Now we're going to try and get some of the Skelly friends a little lighter here. Let's start doing some of that. Let me get some of the blue into... Wow, that might be a little lighter than I'm thinking about here. Let me get a little bit of this violet gray over here. Let's put some of that in here. Let's see what happens. For some of our Skelly friends here. Gil, it was... I was in there a lot overnight. Yeah, Armored Wolf and all the crew. A lot of us. We were there a lot, especially in the overnight hours. During the day, there was a wee bit of moving around, but there was the spot that Armored Wolf said you should go over here was really the ideal place because it was nice and out of the way, so it was not noisy like the original Fort Wapol Adepticon space. So it was there was plenty of room. People could actually gather around, and it was way quieter over there, which again was a huge positive. So I do think that, well, that would hopefully be the plan for next year, unless something weird happens and Adepticon says, "Oh no, you guys got to be in a whole different spot in the convention center." Of course, that might lead a few people to not just take up some pitchforks. I think that would draw the ire of a few folks that I know if that was to happen. So now, again, we're starting to work in a little bit of the lighter stuff on our Skelly friends here. Now, I think right now, which of the folks, I forget who makes it, but they're redoing all of the Star Trek Ascendancy game, like all of it, the whole entire thing being redone. Now they're adding something like 3 new factions. Let me get some of that up here. Also over here. So you can see how this is starting to play out. Again, we want to get some of those cooler reds in the shadow areas. We'll be doing that soon. We need to start thinking about the lighter stuff for that eye there. Maybe just a little something on these teeth here real quick while I'm thinking about it. Okay, a little more of that lighter stuff on there. Alright, we'll get maybe a little bit more on these Skelly Friends super quick. Don't want to do too much because most likely going to be sticking my finger on those, so let's not go too crazy putting stuff there. But you can see how, again, that is nowhere near as shiny as it used to be. All right, let's get our not Severus blue, Severus. Whoops, okay, that was a little more of the ultramarine that I was banking on there. But now we're going to do a little bit of lighter blue dry brush over that. Some of that over here. So what, we're 1 hour 40 minutes in. And I think that we've been able to get a whole bunch of stuff going on with us here. I'm going to take me a little bit of the that faux radiant. There we go. Sure, I'll put some of you in here. Now that is not going to work there, so we'll do that the regular way. This should still, yeah, that should still work over there. All right, and get rid of that. So again, what we are trying to do is, in some way, shape, or form, is approximate some of the colors that were actually in the entry, which again got first place in the medium category. Oh, that's right, Night Whisperer. That's right. Well, again, I think it will be advantageous for folks that they weren't able to get there this year, but now you get a chance to say, okay, this hotel that seems close on a map. Believe me, where we were seemed close on a map too, but then there's once people start moving around and doors are locked and closed and airport level security is imposed, that changes things. So now you get a chance to again kind of see how that played out and maybe make other adjustments. I know there's several folks that they went there this year and they said, all right, well, we see how that works. We'll maybe try this next year. I do know that in the Star Trek Ascendancy game, one of the things that's I guess is part of the your Jemadar traits is the Ketracel White. I forget what ability that it confers on them. Alright, we'll see you later there, Zell. Have yourself a good night's sleep. And again, hopefully everything plays out the way you want with getting the remuneration on all of the ships and everything. Yeah, let me get a little bit of that down here. Some of that over here. Yep, we do need some of that up here, I guess. Sure, let me pile up some of that over here. That's our lighter stuff there. Get some of the blue. We might be coming back in with other little cheeky glazes of some of our ultramarine blue over this. Yeah, let's lighten this up too. So again, my apologies that tonight was not an Armada Monday. But I realized that it would be much smarter just to get all of the trophies painted as soon as possible. Get those out of the way, and then also too, when the compressor showed up today, the new Galeri compressor, I thought, you know what, it would be the perfect opportunity. The stuff that I wanted to paint, not just in our Armada Monday, but also some of the other stuff for later this week. I thought, you know what, it makes sense. Why don't we hit those all with the airbrush and the new compressor and see how it does? Is that, yeah, that should still be our blue there too. And again, this is still only about a middle tone. This is not our lightest light by any stretch of the imagination. We don't want to be hasty, little hobbitses here. Don't be hasty. So Rico, it looks like well, actually, break up the Suns. Actually, did the Suns win again? Recoil, because they were 3-0. Yeah, who would have thought your Gold Coast Suns at the top of the ladder there? Well, sharing the top of the ladder with Hawthorn, I think. Now, I forget. Actually, I think they were playing the Ruse, weren't they? I could swear that Gold Coast was playing the Ruse this weekend. But yeah, well, look at the Suns. They're a legendary program now. Undefeated. 3 games into the season. Yeah, Camden, nobody was more surprised than me to see that. I looked up there and I said, okay, Hawthorn, whatever. I guess they're back again. And then I went, wait a minute. At first I thought it was GWS. I'm like, well, okay, that's they're usually in the top 8. And then I went, no, that's Gold Coast. That ain't GWS. Well, actually, Rico, I think we're on. Most teams have played 4 games, and I actually think that now the Saints. I think they won their game. They might actually be in the top 8. They're probably 2 and. They might be 3-1 actually. Yeah, I was gonna say Recoil. Yeah, I think that's a week or 2 old there. Again, the Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network. We cover all the sports. Yeah, let's get where we at here. Okay. It's like there's another part of this critter's face somewhere over here. And again, I will be throwing in some more of our couple of the ultramarine blue glazy things in there as well. Get some more of this. Get kind of more like a mid-tone light. It is not our lightest light. So yeah, Recoil, are they 2-2 or are they 3-1? So they must be 2-2 then. If they're 13th on the ladder, they must be 2-2. Actually, Recoil is Anzac Day. Oh gosh, I keep thinking it's like April 23rd or April 25th or something like that. Oh, so they are 1 and 3 gets you to 13th on the ladder. Actually, I think 2 and 2 gets you pretty darn, depending on your percentage. Actually, I think Gold Coast had an insane percentage. I think Gold Coast had something like a 270 on their percentage. It's like, what the heck is that? That was nuts. All right, where's my... I almost said fast matte white. I kept saying that during the video. I kept calling the titanium white from Paul Rubens fast matte white. Let me keep rolling here on this much lighter blue here, and then again, like I said, we'll come back with some more glazy things. Again, we're only yeah, 107. Boy, Rico, that's insane. I always thought that, I think the doggies had something like a 128 or something last year, and I thought, wow, that's pretty darn high. 172 is just absolutely bonkers. Now again, I don't know what they did in their third game, so they might have lost actually, or their fourth game. Sorry, they might have lost that game. If that, because I swear that was like at 235 or something. I forget who they ran into again. That maybe they were playing. Maybe they were playing Geelong. Oh, that's right. I might try to do some spots or something on these on our monster here or something. Yeah, we could do that too. Come on, working some more of that up. Here's yeah. Yeah, we should do that along these chompers right here. Whoops. I made a little more than what I originally wanted. No biggie. Ah, so they're playing the Tigres, huh? I don't think the Tigres have ever quite recovered. I know it was a few years ago. They were sort of a top of the ladder side, and that's kind of that's swayed just a little bit. But yeah, Anzac Day's got to be coming soon. And again, if I already missed it, happy Anzac Day. Advance Australia Fair. Choose this here, maybe a little, yeah. Ah, so 2 weeks, 2 weeks. All right. So well, at least I was kind of right. It'd be what, the 22nd or 23rd. And again, we will be painting the Mega Wapelius spell bust that I created, and again, that as close to April 13th as possible. I'm not quite sure how it will play out, but that's kind of the goal is around that time period. All right, let me backtrack here. Let me get some of this, maybe even a little bit of you. And I'm going to try and get a little bit of that on the teeths here. Come on. On the 20. Wow, I was just about right. I think I might have said one of my guesses was the 25th. Maybe there's hope for me passing my citizenship test after all, right, Recoil? Here we go. I guess I'll start messing with it, although I would like to, let me... Ah, there you are. Gonna get me some of that off of here, and let's try a little lighter dry brushy something here. Then we'll try to get some of the magenta in that. That's the one thing that I think I will keep the same or similar to our original. So boy, that is a big old difference there. Wow, look at that. That is a very different look than the other one there. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Hopefully so, right? Ooh, let me do this right here. Sure, let me throw a little bit of that in these skelly friends down in here. Now, oh yeah, I did not get a chance to do any air fryer action today, Recoil. That's going to have to happen tomorrow. I think there's a bunch of different things that won't be quite, well, I don't know, it depends what I can also find at our little grocery store, but it could be another mega day for doing the air fryer, because I believe we have now consumed the last of the pizza, which had been frozen while we were away at Adepticon, that Armored Wolf had provided, those long-term rations. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all, right, Recoil? Oh, yeah, Recoil. I was given a few recipes today. One of them was a real basically a slow cooker recipe version of mac and cheese. Some of the additions to it were very intriguing. Yeah, there was a couple of different additions to it, and I said, I think we gotta try that. Where's the other? Okay, we did start doing something. I gotta get that blended a little bit more there. There's another one of these eyes hanging out. There it is. I knew there was another one. So I did hear back from Victoria today, and Victoria was able to get, well, Victoria's in Sydney now, I think, actually. Vic still has to get back to Adelaide there. Oh, that, boy, it's been a while since I had those recoil. It's been a long time since I last had those. You know what? Fine, we'll throw a little bit more of that light stuff there. Those are teeth. Those are not claws. Those are the teeth of our little monster guy here. Yeah, let's get a little bit of this over here. Fine. On these as well. Thin this down again. And we'll try to work against some of this on these teeth out here. What do we at? So we're just about 2 hours in. 2 hours ago, this whole thing, the entire thing, was just the dark reddish brown Stynylrez primer. That's all it was. We're certainly going to be using an awful lot of Stynylrez in that tutorial video tomorrow. Again, that's going to be another part of our airbrush series. I think that might actually be like episode 6 or something. I can only imagine. I can only imagine their recoil. Well, Q-Tip, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. And, well, looking forward to maybe being able to see you at Adepticon next year. So here's hoping that all the plans work out just fine. And again, if you wanted to post the picture of your project again, please go ahead and recall. I wasn't sure if you had a chance to post some of your articles yet. You might have already done it, and I probably was too distracted and did not see. But if you didn't get a chance to share your articles yet, please go ahead and do that. Because, of course, more basing, more better. Everybody check out the Insta link there, that Recoil 13. Just share it, and everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow. Now, I'm guessing that Rottweiler must still be streaming there. Let me just get a little something here. Okay, something like that. Now we got this yellow. I'm going to mix a little bit of the white with it. Let me see what happens when we try to throw a little bit of this in a few places here. Like maybe some of that here. Might even do almost a little bit of a verdigris or something there. So everybody please check out the link to Guilt-Tip just here. Also say hello to Crocodile. So Crocodile, here's hoping you're doing fantastic. Everybody please give Crocodile a follow as well. So he was painting, I think he was painting, I keep wanting to say Angron because there was all those, the whole shelf of them at Adepticon in the case. No, that was Abaddon, I think, that he was painting. So, Croc, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, wow, this is unbelievable. That's that tree green. That sets up really quick, too. I mean, these things set up in the same way that the MIG ammo oil brushers set up, as in, like, almost immediately. Again, not a complaint or anything like that. That's actually really neat that they do that. It's just pretty wild to see that. Might even a little bit of that tree green wander up into some of these spots too, as get another form of contrasty to the reddish browns there. Hey there, Orcris. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Orcris Studios a follow. So, Orcris, I hopefully you can share a little something in the chat too, some of your stuff there. And again, everybody, please give Orcris Studio a follow. Oh, that's okay, Crocodile. I know that you've been real busy with work and stuff, but who knows? Maybe folks are brand new to it, and it would be new to them. So if you still want to share it, that's all good. So breaking this down, I think I can maybe still go a little lighter into some of these here. So Orcris, this is the one that we painted up. Was this our Thursday stream? No, this is Friday. That's right. This was our Friday stream. This was our Saturday stream. Right? Yeah, we did that one on Saturday, and was it 2 hours, 4 minutes ago? We started up this one. So yeah, this is number 3. And this is the one for the Loot Studios fig here. There we go. So that's the Guinevere figure. And again, I'm trying to, as close as possible anyway, match. Oh, geez, we need some of our blue over there. All right, that's okay. Good that I saw it now. We'll do it. We'll get that blue over there. All right, let's change this around. All right. I'm looking at that going, that should not be the same color as the Skelly friends. That should be different. We shall make it different. And again, or Krista, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. We're still rocking the new alkyd oils like we have been for pretty much about the last month and a half, I want to say. Not so much with the fluoros this episode. Not like where's our terrain here? There it is. So we definitely were using the fluoroalkyds on these because those had to all be dry for Adepticon. Again, our other Resin Beast things, the one we painted Friday was for the dwarves. The one we painted Saturday was for that bust. And the one we're painting now is for the Guinevere. Ah, here it is. It's like, where is my lightest blue stuff here? We're just kind of toss that in there just to kind of get things a-rolling. Now let's see what we can do with Mr. Tongue over here. Where's the other one? And here we're going to kind of stick with something relatively similar to what we did on that one. So again, great to see you there, Croc. And I appreciate you being here as always. Alright, let's get to it up here. So that is the alkyd quinacridone magenta. Now that is from Winsor Newton. That's one of the Griffin alkyds. Come on, there we are. Get some of that working here. And so at 2 hours 7 minutes, we'll start to, I think, after we mess around with the tongue here, we're going to go back into this, try and get some of the cooler burgundy reds and the skin tones on that. Then maybe do a little bit of something up here. Then we rotate back around to our monster over here. Yeah, trying to give these things a chance to set in between our applications. I'm going to go heavier with that light again. This is basically Radiant Violet. It's really wild, Grand Oracle, to see just how those faux radiants have worked out. How's about we welcome in Teals? Teals, how the heck are you doing? So Teals, I hope that Adepticon was a big success for you. Everybody please give Tealscar a follow. So Teals, we are painting, speaking of Adepticon, we are painting some of our Resin Beast trophies here. This is our last one of the 3, and that is that was for Guinevere here. That was a Loot Studios figure that got first place in the medium. This was 3rd place in bust. We'll show you that one. And we also painted our first place for the dwarves, which was this one right here. So there we go. Turn that right side up. So first unit, you can see we're doing a very different color scheme for this one. And again, that is for the Guinevere. Here is the one for the bust. And again, we tried to match the color scheme of the bust as best as we could. So Teals, it was great to see you. And of course, again, you want to share any of your stuff in the chat there, please, please go ahead and do that. Back to the big old tongue right here. So Orcrist, again, just the stuff that I did was either tutorial videos or on stream. So the dwarves that I painted, I just painted those on stream. There was nothing special about them. They were never really intended for Resin Beast actually, but they just went in there. And same thing with the bust. The bust was just part of a tutorial series. All of my entries were either tutorials or, again, like the dwarves that I just streamed online. Guinevere, I didn't even know that Loot Studios was part of the Resin Beast. I had no clue. That was just a tutorial series. And then someone said, "Oh, you're going to put that in Resin Beast." And I went, "How am I going to do that?" And they said, "That's Loot Studios is part of Resin Beast." And I went, "Oh, okay, good to know." Found that out about 3 weeks ago. So thank you so much, Teals. Appreciate that. Oh, and Teals, we got back to some 2D art. Yeah, we did this one on Thursday. So we're doing a whole series of these nebulas here. Now I'm going to be doing a Lion Nebula this Thursday. So Flat Thursdays are back. Also, too, what will return is going to be some Trench Crusade. So we'll be getting back to our Trench Crusade as well. So those were Creature Caster Grand Oracle. And of course, what was my intended target? The mounted baristas, right? The mounted baristas. That was what I was supposed to be entering. But I was going to reprint those, and then I'll see if we can put those in next year. But yeah, Orcrist, don't be too hard on yourself. And again, just do it to enjoy it. Just do it to have some fun. Paint it on stream or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to get too wrapped up in... Because again, the judges are always different every year, and the parameters are definitely very different from other contests, and they're definitely meant to be that way. Now, oops, wait a minute. Let me... where's my... Well, I might have to get some more of my not fast matte white out here, because we're kind of running a little low on that. So yeah, Orcrist, they are the most hated cavalry unit in all of miniaturedom, because the mounted baristas, they ride around yelling people's names, and they just chuck styrofoam cups of scalding hot coffee at them. Yeah, they're the most feared and loathed cavalry unit in all of Wappleville. And of course, what's the most galling thing is that after they do this, they end up charging you anyway. I'm going to get me some more of that magenta down here. So Teals, again, if you want to share anything of some of your Adepticon stuff on in the chat there, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Tealscar a follow. So yeah, they are definitely they are very much a hated. Oh, there's more teeth over here. Wow, just noticed them. All right, here, let me get some of this going. Come on, you and you. Is there any other ones down there? Jeez. Oh, I think that's probably because they were all orange. Yeah, that's why I didn't see them on this one, because they were all just orange. All right, good to know. So again, 2 hours, 13 minutes ago, how much paint was on this? There was no paint on this. It was just primer. We are working with our oil paints like always. Just working with the oils here. Let me see if I can't get some of that on this here. Or we got to go darker. When in doubt, make things darker, right? Where's my other... There it is. 1 second there, Teals. Oh, that's good, Teals. And again, I'm just glad that you could get to Adepticon and kind of enjoy it there. Really glad you could do that. So I'm going to just chalk in some of that. Here we go. We need some of that down here. It's not just a value change, it's also a bit of a color change in there. Alright, that's good. I'm gonna try. Where's my Van Dyke Brown? Okay, this is nothing like our regular charred animal bone Van Dyke Brown. Nothing at all like that. It is gonna be weird. Like I've been saying, once I start getting back and incorporating more of the regular oil paints, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So see you later there, Teals. Yeah, I know you got lots of critter stuff to do there, and here's hoping that all the critters are gonna remain as well as possible. So see you later, Teals, and again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw some of the giant Loot Studios stuff I printed out. Actually, I went back to we went back to the past. I was printing out some of the very first Loot Studios stuff. I wonder. I think I can reach this one. So this is ironically enough, this is the smaller one. This one we can actually paint up on stream. I actually printed one twice that size. So I thought that one that you just saw there, that one we could paint up on stream. Now here I'm doing some of the blue here. That's some of the ultramarine blue that's going to go in here. Get down in there. Might even, yeah, see we can get some of that down in here. What about over here on this guy? Now, actually, Grand Oracle, I don't think I've seen the latest release because of Adepticon and all that other craziness. I haven't heard anything from them that's a little bit disappointing. Again, they had to get all the way back to Brazil. But yeah, I haven't actually heard anything from them. I'd hope to hear at least a little something. Let me do this here now. So yeah, we'll have to figure out something to do for Loot Studios for next year, if they're still doing Resin Beast next year. I think it would probably be my bust thing for next year would probably be a Loot Studios, because they have way more choices of stuff, say, than Creature Caster does. More of that ultramarine blue again, doing a little bit of a kind of a glazy thing in there. Yeah, that works okay. Now we're going to leave that. I'm going to start thinking about doing something with the eyes is there. And we'll just kind of do the same thing. Where's the other one here? Where are the eyes? Yeah, we'll just do the same thing we did with these. See the other one in there? Just stick with the same deal. Now up here, I want to do that. Let me get this red. What's that going to look like? Okay, yeah, that's going to work. So I can see a little different tone there. See that? It's definitely got a much cooler look to it. That is also working. There we go. That is going to go in here. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywheres, right? So how about we do that here? A little more. And all that paint is wet that we just did this glazy thing on top of. That is all very much wet. However, due to the nature of the whole Elkid stuff, that is very well set. And it lets me, look at this. I'm doing glazy stuff right over the top of it. I guess we could do blood effects here. I could actually break out the. Oh, and that was the other thing that worked really well. Do I have one of them here? I could. Oh, is this the one with it? No. Ah, this one. Well, sort of you can see it. But that was taking the Elkid medium and mixing it with the Pearling Crimson. And you can see we were able to actually make kind of a blood effect there. Now, let me get more thinner in that. There we go. Still more thinner. Okay, so that is definitely starting to take on some more color. Now that let's march back over to here. And again, this is going to get into... where's my blending brush? We'll snag this and use this here. There we are. Alright, down in the... oh yeah, definitely in here. Also, over here. I think this is just the dark red from Paul Rubens. Nothing fancy here. Okay, now we might also, who knows, we might also try to bring some more extreme darks in there, because most of our darks were just done with the glazy stuff there. Get some of that reddish, more of a deeper red there on the skin tone. Down into some of the shadow areas. There. Okay. Bit more. I think, was Dragon Trapper Lodge also part of the Resin Beast? I'll have to look at their stuff for possible diorama stuff, because that could be interesting. Now, I know that Loot Studios does have, it's like a, oh gosh, it's like a, it's like a kind of like a gypsy wandering show type of thing with a wagon and everything. I wonder if I printed that stuff out smaller, I could actually do a whole little diorama and not have it be gargantuan. So Orcrist, I do know, again, Loot Studios was one of them, and I'm pretty sure Dragon Trapper's Lodge was, right, Laminess? Actually, Laminess, is there anything that comes to mind for you, either something that could be interesting if there's like a diorama type of thing. So Orchrist, it's very different now. I think Beastarium is also one of the sponsors. I think that's the word, sponsors. So yeah, Laminus, great to see you again, of course. Laminus, appreciate you being here. Let me get this red here. Whoa, okay. So that's not going to be too magenta-ish, but I'm going to try that right over here. There we go. Yeah, like we was talking about here in the shadowy areas, that's where we're going to try and do a little different skin tone here. Yeah, Luminescence, I think I might have painted one of their figures. I think someone sent me that to paint. I could swear they have like a really interesting thing of, I don't know if it's dryads or, no, okay, oh yeah, it's, I think it's called the Unseelie Quartz or something like that, and it's a bunch of trees. Actually, Luminescence, I painted one. It was one of our tree men. Oh, I don't have it here. No, I don't have it here. But yeah, one of the tree men that I painted. Holy smokes! I could have entered that. I had no clue. Wow. Okay, so we already have something. That's actually the. Do you have that one there, Lamines? Yeah, Beastarium is definitely part of it. But this was the battle for the Unseelie Quartz, and there was a couple of things in there that looked really interesting. I think there's a. No, it's not a Kieran. But yeah, there was something that I thought could be very fun actually to paint. Was that set right there? Wow, I had no idea. I might have even had that one with me. Yeah, that's Dragon Trapper's Lodge. Well, we'll just have to remember to keep that around. Let me throw this in here. Yeah, okay, there we go. So you can see how that red is starting to change around here a little bit. Oh yeah, it's kind of there's like a couple of butterfly type looking, they're dragonfly looking things. There's definitely some elves. Now, thanks, Luminous. Yeah, because there was a bunch of obviously for tree men and stuff, right? For doing our Ent army, Fangorn Forest. You know what? Okay, fine. I'll just roll with the white in that. Again, I want that to end up being too magenta-ish there. Get some of that up here. Thanks, Laminus. Appreciate that. Because I think I just got that individual one. Whatever the one, and again, I wish I could show it, but that is buried in a case down in the basement. But I know I painted at least one from that release on stream. So I think, yeah, you can see kind of that kind of magenta-ish almost color right there. That might be too light. There we go. And again, that's kind of starting to mimic a little bit like what's going on over here with the stuff. Fine, we'll make you a little lighter. Hit that now too. Okay, well, yeah, Luminous, there it'll be interesting to see then. If they're still, I think that was their first year being part of the Resin Beast. I could be wrong. I know that the Beasterium is the only one that I recognize from last year into this year. Again, anything before that, I would have no knowledge of, except maybe 2020. Nope, not because there was no 2020. So never mind. Never mind. Don't pay any attention to me. There's my blending brush. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. Gotta wait for things to set. No, that would be too much. Let me go back to this here. So again, we're at 2.5 hours in. Again, we're kind of rotating around. We work in an area, and then we say, all right, let's stop working there. Let's get to this other area. We'll give this other area a chance to set, which again is not dry necessarily. It is just to let that paint get a chance to get a little bit better grip on the surface. Some of that down in here. I know that they were super popular kind of in the early days there. They were almost a bit like a cross maybe between, say, I don't know, maybe Archvillain and and Artisan Guild or something. Slightly stylized, but not super stylized. Let me hit this now. Now, would he have some of those large-scale figures and busts there, Luminous? If you could, could you do me a favor and just shoot me a reminder? I'm sorry to give you homework, but if you don't shoot me a reminder, I'll just forget. I'll just forget to look, because I'm sure some of those could make for some interesting tutorial vids and stuff. So yeah, if you don't mind, I would appreciate that. So again, you can see there's that little bit of cooler, right? Then it turns into something warmer. We're still going to get our lighter reds on this. We can still go further than that. Oh geez, Luminous, that sounds good. I don't know. It's probably too late to. What would you say? What is it? The late pledge or something like that? A little too late for the late pledge, I'm guessing. Let me see if I can't shove a little bit of that down into there. Yeah. What should go in there? I mean, probably our lighter, more orangey red, sure. Wow, that's pretty much set on the palette. I mean, as in like dry. It is just shocking to see how fast these alkyds dry, which is great. I mean, not complaining. Because certain colors are notoriously slow drying, and one of them is red. That's a notoriously slow drying color, almost no matter what the red is that you use. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, so to speak, with the reds. Well, when it comes to oils, anyhow. Let me work in, a little more of this orangey red on the top side there. What is going on with this? Maybe we need to go lighter with you. Let's see how that goes. Oh yeah, that's still just a middle tone we're working with here. That is just a middle tone. And yeah, this is another one of our Resin Beast trophies. Well, the last one. I did post some of the pictures that I took in the Virtuous Vault Discord thing, and actually Peter got in there and joked. It's like, well, it looks like you're going to have to keep on entering because you don't have a second. He said, it's not, you got to collect them all. Was that Pokemon or something like that? So we have to keep going until we also have a second place one to paint. I don't even know what that one looks like. Let me see. Now, what was unless was that the Kickstarter that you know what? I might have done that one. Actually, that wasn't recent, that Kickstarter, because I might have actually signed up for that, and I might have actually even tried to print out some of them. So it's very possible I might have actually done that one. Cause was there also like a Sauron, Laminess, and a couple of like a Gandalf, a couple of Lord of the Rings figures as part of that? If so, then that's the one. Come on, there we go. Trying to get some of my really light orangey things on here. You know what? I might even go a little further right here. One second here. So hopefully we're still connected. I keep hitting some kind of a chord or something. Don't know what it is. Yeah, maybe we'll put some of this on the face as well. Okay, I'm not quite sure again what it is that I'm hearing here. Because it's driving me nuts. 1 second here. I don't know what in the world that is. Hopefully that's better. So I'm not hearing the beepy sound anymore, the dinging sound. Because I'll hear that on YouTube videos. Again, trying to just get a little bit of that really kind of light orangey stuff here. Maybe around that too. Up here. Yep. Also on this. I might still go a little lighter than this, I guess. Especially up towards the top here. Well, this is just so massively different from our last one of this type here. Now, I wonder, let me work a little bit of that into some of the teeth here. A little bit there. You know, I might have to throw out some more of our white, and I gotta remember it's not fast matte white. Boy, that is just so ingrained. Okay, now we got ourselves some super light here. See what I can put on the tentacles. I'm guessing that's what these are. Something like that. I'm gonna grab me some of that. Some of this green. We got some of that tree green down here. But that is setting up real quick. We only put this stuff out here not even, well, basically about 3 hours ago. And there's some of it that's really, 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 really set on the palette. That is the true measure of an alkyd right there. Does it sit up on your palette after a couple of hours? Okay, yeah, now I can feel some of the green there. I'm going to maybe... Oh, I thought I had my phthalo green out here. I guess I don't. So we're going to take the Prussian blue and our yellow, and we'll just fashion some kind of green here. Well, darker green anyways. And that will go in a couple of glaze areas here too. Alright, do that. A little more of that green in here now. And maybe now, also maybe a touch of that on our little monster guy in a few areas. Blending brush. Maybe we'll see if this thing could work as a, yeah, that can work as a blending brush. Definitely need to get some fresh weight out here. Also, probably got to refresh our medicine a little bit. I think I'm all out of cough drops over here too. That blending brush hide. There you are. Nah, there's the other one. Same thing with that blending brush. Let that just mix with the other stuff that's already on here. Guess I better thin that down a little more even. Now let's try that again. There we go. Blending brush once more. Fine, let me throw a little something on the skellies here. Here too. Blending brush. Is that? That is... Oh, okay, that says lower jaw. That's what that is. Didn't even realize that's what it was. Well, good to realize that at some point, I guess. Now, I have that green that I just made, which is actually handy because that's sort of what I did for the eyes. And I'll let the light that I put in there mix with that, because then we can get the darker pupil inside there. Now we got one more eye. Where the heck is that one floating around some there? Nope, that's not it. There it is, up here. In you go. And then we'll again do the darker stuff in there once that has a chance to set. Get some of this green in a couple other spots, maybe even over here, believe it or not. Above the eyes, because that will actually act as a nice little bit of contrast right there. Maybe even a little bit of that in some of the deepest shadows on this too. So a little bit of that on the rocks there. So again, when that is not shiny anymore on the eye, that's we can go back in there. We also want to do the, oh, is that the little veins and such in the eyes too. Let me take, well, the same green here. No, that is not dark enough. Let's see what that's gonna do. Ah, okay. So this is, again, almost like a greenish color that's going here. Yeah, that's a reddish face, and we're doing some weird green mid-tone stuff right here around the eyes. Well, because we want like a focus to be. It's one way to center some focus in there, is to have a red and green contrast going on there. Still trying to make that a little touch later on that lower lid. Maybe even get some of that on the bone right there. Take some of our bluish black. And try and give him some regular eyes here. I think the other one we just had him be glowing. Yep, we'll try to darken that too. Both of those, make them darker. Sure, we need something lighter on his chompers here. Right there, yeah, let's just get a couple of these. So that's all good to go now. Back to the orange here. Yeah. think there's another little ridge on his eyebrow, eye ridge, whatever you want to call that. Alright, now back, recessed back to some more. Just the orange here. Not quite so light. I think a little more on his face on that side too. I think up there we, yep, need to lighten that up a little. Oh geez, we have none of our reddish skin tone stuff over here. Okay, yeah, I was, it might have been a raid, or that's right. I think there was maybe a raid when we were working on that, kind of early on. That, yeah, okay, that reads a little better now. You know what? Might do a little bit more of my orange red on that. Where's the, oh yeah, our tongue over here. Well, you know what? There are some other teeths in here. I'm just going to hit these real quick. Huge surprise. Creature caster thing. And lots of teeth and eyeballs. We're getting there. Also that, yeah, that mix with some of the mid-tone is just still sitting there. There's even some of our glaze. It's not quite active, but still something I can work with. Still a few more of these down in here. There's another one over there. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. And yeah, let's get the little something more on the teaser. It kind of just goes from almost the original primer to our lighter stuff. I need something kind of in between all that. I think now I can try to get the darkest dark on the pupil here. Yep, that'll stick just fine. Gotta be patient. Can't rush that too much. Do the other one now. There's one more up here. Boy, oh boy, that was super shiny not too long ago. Now not very shiny at all. Darken that a little. Got our brown here again. Maybe even some of it over the little skillies here. I got my violet here. I'm going to get some of that radiant violet. We'll mix those together. I want that to go in. Actually, nah, maybe I was going to zoom in, but I think we'll wait on that zoom for just a sec here. So I want that going around the eyes, and then I also want that in a couple other spots too. Here, let me first though get that around the eyes. Also wanted that on the tongue over here. Yeah, that's just want to make sure that's still towards the violet, not too much towards the magenta. I don't think we have much of anything down here on the tongue, so let's get a little something more there. Okay, and over here now. Just do touch more. Yeah, I was definitely starting to think about doing the blood effect. And we would mix the alkyd medium with something like a perling red or whatever, and that would be that. We've tested it a couple times now, and it seems to work pretty well for blood effects. I mean, it looks very much like the stuff I do with all the acrylic blood effects, so advantage is I don't have to wait for anything to dry before doing it. It's like, okay, while I'm painting it, I'll just add the blood right now. So that's my favorite thing about it. And oh, since I'm using alkyd medium, it's going to be the super fast drying oil blood effect. Get some more of that up here. Maybe take over a little bit of the reddish. I mean, that's kind of very much a red there. Don't want to lose out on that magenta. Also got to get some even lighter stuff here on that tongue. Let me see if we can do that. Unless I just need to mix. Yeah, I'm going to just throw out some more of the white there. Is this our white? That is not the white. Might just have to go with fast matte white because I have no idea where that white is. Alright, we'll just have to go with this then. I mean, we already know the fast matte white works. Hey there, Flight Sim. Nice to see ya. Glad that you got all your printer stuff resolved and moving forward with all of the Anycubic stuff. I'm going to try to do that. Do the one down in here. And then the last one over there. That's fantastic that you're having all the print successes. That's what we want to hear when it comes to printers, that's for sure. So glad that has been working out so well. I know it was a bit of a rocky road there, but once it was all figured out, it seemed to be working out just fine. Alright, I'm going to get the there. Try to get some of the lightest lights maybe now on also, well, this little shield Mandela type thing here. Yeah, trying to highlight a couple of the edges here along where the letters are. I had thought about making those like a glowy type thing, but we'll just leave them be just a regular like this. Yep, that is Definitely what I'm doing here for sure, because those have been very reliable. More, let me get that light out here too. Also here. Oh, definitely something lighter on the ends of these. Oh yeah, I never did those either. Ah, never did those. Okay, yeah, let's get that light down in there. These teeths over here, and maybe some of the skilly friends to catch a little more of their light. Is that another? Oh, that is another so skilly in there too. Okay. Yeah, blending brush on you. I think we had a little too much, yes, too much residue on that blending brush. I'll use this one because that is new. Haven't used that as a blending brush yet. Taking that here. So I just used the Chudo box. That's what I've always used, and of course, now that I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of build plates made in that, I'm kind of stuck with that. So we'll just we'll continue to use it. I know other folks like other ones better. Of course, for the bamboo, I'm using the bamboo slicer. Push you around a little bit there with the white. I never did get me. I need to get some really light things going on with these little skellies up here. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. I just posted the latest video yesterday to the Patreon page. I just recorded a new video last night. And I'll be recording 2 more videos over the next couple of days. Which is why when you do that $15 Army Painter pledge, well, you're gonna need some popcorn because you're gonna be binging for quite some time. Talking around 2,300 hours worth of tutorial vids that you'll have to work through. Covering just about everything imaginable. I'll actually be filming another one of our terrain / airbrush videos tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little bit of that light down in there. A little bit of our violet in here on the eye. Where's our other one? Here it is. Kind of already did that down here. And we sort of did a little bit on this one. Might even go lighter on that too. Yeah, that how I'm gonna go with the same way there. Come on. It had been that lighter stuff underneath the eye here. Also, here, let me get the more of the sky blue. There's a couple places I think it could work here. I'm glad Flight Sim, it does get to be a little bit tiresome, right? It's all kind of the same stuff, so I appreciate you watching. We also appreciate Mum for watching. How you doing there, Mum? Everybody say hello to Recoil's Mum. So, Mom, yeah, it's a pre-Happy Anzac Day. It's getting close. It's not that far away. Just a couple of weeks away. So thank you so much for being here, Mom. Appreciate that. We're still still in Adepticon recovery mode here at this point. Hoping that maybe by next week or the end of this week we'll be somewhat in better shape there. So appreciate you being here. I was telling Recoil that tomorrow is gonna potentially be a very big air fryer type of day. I was also given a fabulous recipe doing mac and cheese in the slow cooker. So that is sounding good. I think we are gonna have to give that a try. So again, everybody please say hello to Rico's mom. Let me get a little bit more. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense in here for this blue. I'm going to go back to the sky blue stuff over here. Now, and there's never any shortage of experiments or trying out new materials or new techniques. Oh, that's right. I got to try my new technique of sculpting, priming, and painting all in one step. That's the other thing I got to try and film. That would probably be I think that's be more like a Sunday video there. But we'll be taking our tree supports and, well, guess what? Making more fabulous trees. I think I might just construct those instead of, because I've got at least 2 videos where I'm actively making the trees as part of the vid. So I think we'll make the trees before. So Orchrist, this is what would you say? It's a bit of a reclamation project because it's taken all of, do I have some of them here? I could swear I have a bunch of them. But all of those tree supports from 3D printing, instead of chucking those in the garbage, those tree supports are turned into trees. And to rapidly sculpt the tree bark effect, we use our fabulous modeling paste. Maybe even mix with a little added marble dust. And in order to sculpt the tree bark, but also prime it and paint it, if you take something like a nice heavy-duty ink or something like that, if you mix that with your modeling paste, you're actually not just sculpting, but you're also priming and painting. Well, that sounds really good there, Crazy Wolf. So yeah, some of the add-ons that they were talking about for this mac and cheese. I mean, we love our mac and cheese and chili, right? So they were suggesting you could add some meats to it, good, because slow cooker, right? So yeah, or Chris, with the volume of printing that I do for terrain, printing out hundreds of terrain pieces, I pretty much have an entire forest of tree supports of all sizes and shapes. And instead of chucking those in the garbage, all it takes is a little hot glue, and you just kind of clip those off, and you can basically construct trees. And I think I've already got at least 10 trees that are made that way. Instead of trying to print out more trees on the printer and generate more tree supports, why not just kind of cut that off at the pass and take the tree supports we already got and turn them into trees? Let the printer do stuff that's a little bit more difficult to create that quickly than just a whole bunch of trees. That little technique was learned as part of a desperate attempt to complete one of our Resin Beast entries where it was 10 minutes to film a segment where I had to not only gap fill a whole bunch of stuff, but also prime it and paint it. If I try and do that the traditional way, I'd still be trying to sculpt that. Instead, the sculpt primer paint method all in one go took 8 minutes. Again, something that would have taken hours, even if I could have got the sculpting tool in there, which I doubt I could have. And then as I was doing that, I thought, well, wait a second. When I'm sculpting all of our trees, while it works very well, the trees end up being basically white, which takes quite a bit to then turn them into something that's, not white. If I was to mix the inks in there straight away and make a bunch of different colors of brown and gray, I would literally be sculpting and painting at the same time. Could make a whole forest all at once, practically. Let's get something lighter out on the edge here. That shouldn't be blue. That's oh, you know what? I'm going to retreat here. There's my magenta. Put a little bit of U in there. Oh yeah, that helps. Big difference there. I'm going to do that on the other side here. Just taking our quinacridone magenta there to that. Yeah, we'll use it up here too. Why not? Okay. But, I'm going to have to use this white over here because we kind of contaminated that other stuff. Magenta up here now. Right in there. What is that? No. I'll use U as a blending brush here, maybe. Shove that back this way, push that back this way. So crazy. I think I was able to, it was on my Amazon, it went on sale. I think it was some spinach noodles there. I haven't had those in quite some time. I think that's going to be very tasty. We'll have to make those to go along with some of our air fryer stuff we're going to be making tomorrow. It's about throwing a little lighter dry brushy stuff out here. Get that caught up with some of our surrounding areas here. And where are we at? So we're a little over 3 hours in. Little over 3 hours in. You can see we've done quite a bit here. That sounds very tasty. Well, it's been a little while since I had mead. That is always tasty stuff there. So best of luck doing some brewing. I do believe, well, it was about 34 degrees-ish or so when I started the stream. Not sure if it's still dropping. I think it's supposed to still be blessedly cold tomorrow, I think. Alright, we don't need you up there anymore. Let me steal a little bit of that white. That's better. So now some of the rocks getting caught up to where we are shading wise on his skin, and our little monster dude down here. Yeah, I was hoping that we would get some snow up here, but I think it's been quite some time since we had one of our 6 to 8 inch April snowfalls. Throw a little bit of this over here. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten really much under there either. What about this? Oh, there's another skelly down there. I think that's actually a rock and not part of his skin. This is actually a rock. So is that. So again, trying to get that away from some of the reddish glazes that worked their way down into there. No, I want the, whoops, okay, this red here. Get a little bit of our white into that. Put it down. That's borderline too light there. I'll go back to more of my red here. Some of that under there. I wonder if I can't make this a little later. I mean, might even again come back with some of our darks or something like that, and create. I think we still have a decent little light to dark transition point over here. Not too shabby. So I think actually what I might do again is go refresh that medicine super quick like, and maybe grab myself some cough drops. I think we might have used all the ones that I had sitting over here. I was using a bunch of them while I was filming yesterday. Which means we want to remind folks to not go anywhere, because we will be right back. Again, I probably add some, yeah, I'm going to get me some more darks down on that little place where the shield is down here. And maybe even some more darks on the skin. Not sure if it would be like a purple-black mix, something like that. But don't go anywhere. Hey there, Sculpted Dreams. Welcome back. We're doing another one of the trophies here. Now we can really... Oh, here we go. This rotator right there. There we go. Two very different color schemes there. Wow. Yep. The blue's working out on that. And again, we're trying to match as closely as possible anyway our color scheme from the thing that got the trophy in the first place. That's our Loot Studios Guinevere. Again, that was, there you go, first for medium. So Sculpted Dreams, I hope that your Tuesday is off to a fabulous start, of course. Let me get some of my Prussian blue in there, so now it's getting to be more of an indigo. Yeah, that's, yeah, liking that extra little bit of dark in there. Sure, we'll start working some of that around here too. But have we done? No, we haven't really done a whole bunch of it on this side. Oh, there's another Skilly friend down here. We'll have to get some light on him. Now, that will be later because probably end up just hitting that with my hand and scraping away some of the paint anyhow. So we'll just wait on that. Oh, there's another teeth over there. Wow. Because it's not, they're not just doing the object source lighting stuff. Keep discovering more and more chompers here. Every time I turn around, there's another tooth. There's one right there. No problem. We'll get them. We'll get them all. No, better get some thinner on that. Okay, now a little touch more of our... Wait, where's a... Running out of spots here. Where are we at? About 3.5 hours? Yeah, about 3.5 hours in. Let's drop in some more of that here. A little more of our light there. What about this little skelly down here? Again, probably just going to end up hitting it with my hand, but I'm going to do some of that on there anyhow. There's a whole bunch of little skillies down there. We'll get you guys too. Thanks, Sculpted Dreams. Well, I'm just kind of glad to get this done. Excited that the new compressor arrived. I'll be filming a video with that tomorrow. We're going to be, again, we were supposed to be doing another Armada Monday with a another one of our Corsair ships, but we'll hit that this coming Monday. Well, unless that's our streamiversary day, in which case maybe we'll have to have another day for Armada Monday. I still have to get back to printing some of my World War II ships also. I think we got some more Krieg's ships that we can print out. I think there's still... Might even... No, I think we've done all of our Japanese ships. Might be a couple of U.S. ships. Possibly a couple of destroyers or something. But yes, we have ourselves in. It's from Conquest Creations. And it is... it looks much more like the Corsair ships from the movies. We've already painted 3 Corsair ships. Give us quite the Corsair fleet. It's all part of our Middle-earth War at Sea project. A very long-term project. Now we're, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of this. And that's more of a violet, not so much of a magenta, more of a violet down here. On his tongue. Yeah, I was tempted to kind of do some blood effect stuff on him, because that could actually roll down in here. I mean, I've got, where's my Alkyd medium? It should be sitting right around here. There it is. There's our Alkyd medium. Oh, what the heck? What do we got to lose? What have we got to lose? I'm just gonna maybe mix that in here. Let me try that. So let me get this out of here. I've got, yeah, I got some of the red, some of the black. Okay, let me get this thing open here. Okay, that was a little more of the Alkyds than I was looking for. I think I'm still going to break out the Pearling Crimson because we're going strong with the Alkyds on this, so I think that'll work. And there we go. We get the ball rolling here. That will go in here. Maybe even a little bit on his right over here. So let's get the some of the blood effect out here. And that is an awful lot of the Alkyd medium right there. We still gotta do the yeah, we still gotta get the little bloodshot eyes things going on there too. Yep, better do that. That really changes the personality of this for sure. Uh-huh. Yep, it's a little bit different now. Little trail of that go wandering down here. That's going to be interesting. So again, here's hoping everybody's week has gotten off to a good start, good as possible. Maybe we'll throw a little bit of that over here too. Yeah, I'm gonna throw some of it over here. All right, let's just go bonkers. Yeah, Sculpted Dreams. I don't often get a chance to use the Alkyd medium, and but here, like you're saying, right, the glossy stuff just kind of, well, it's an added benefit. But neat that you were able to find kind of a matte one there. Actually, I was just filming last night a video with the Fluoro Alkyds, and we were doing all kinds of wild stuff with them, and they do dry super fast and super matte. Again, yeah, for me to be able to touch that, I mean, it is still a little bit on the tacky side, but again, if that were Marion Street, oh my goodness, there would be no paint there. It would all just been wiped away. Now I'm going to use one of my finer brushes here to start working in some more of our blood effect here. Let that wander on down through some of the skillies. Down through here. And those sculpted dreams, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do that too. I might even use, no, that might be a little too thick. Let me try this here. I'll have it come down from up there. Again, we'll do some bloodshot eye stuff going on here, maybe. Nah, that didn't quite work the way we want. Let's reverse here. It's that wild, right? Sculpted Dreams. Again, you want to share anything? Please go ahead. Yeah, I was just filming that video last night. Obviously, I was using those on the our Resin Beast entry. And it was very helpful for getting that done and dry in a timely fashion there. Hey there, Denethor. Nice to see ya. Everybody please get Denethor a follow. So Denethor, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do some streaming there. And I know that Bonko has been away for quite some time, but hopefully you and Arathu have had a chance to maybe do a little bit of either Valheim or BG3 or something. Yeah, Sculpted Dreams really love using that, right, for the fire effects. It's just so fantastic. And again, everybody please check out the Insta link that Sculpted Dreams just shared. And of course, Denethor, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Some of your sculpting, some of your painting. Let me see. So yeah, 3 hours, 36 minutes ago. This had no paint on it whatsoever. It was just some primer and nothing else. I'm gonna try and get even a little further here with the Perling Crimson. Like so. Maybe even have that go around on his, maybe on his fingers here. Something like that. And the translucency, right? Right, Sculpted Dreams is very handy. Normally that's not really ideal with the augurs, but here that actual translucency is nice. No problem there, Denethor. Yeah, it was Adepticon was very up tempo. That's for sure. You know what? I'm gonna get some of that blend effect on there. Might even get some of it on our Resin Beast thing here. Because why not? It's great to see you there, AD. Everybody please also give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I know that you are basically counting the hours till you got back home, and hopefully also too, the second unit is feeling a little bit better after being kind of down for the count after Adepticon. And of course, AD, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, that would be sensational too. Yeah, AD, we're going a little bit different on this one. A little bit different than the original here. Where's our? There it is. And now our little creature there. He's looking a little worse for wear. We'll get some more of the blood stuff on. Where's my other? Yeah, here we go. There you are. Yeah, he's looking a little rough and ragged right there. Yeah, I know that Tuesday was going to be your big homecoming. And again, congratulations to AD Creations, because AD Creations has one of these to paint also for large creature. Speaking of creature caster. Yep, Denethor actually, well, we created, I think we have an inner sanctum. We're going to call it the Keep from Fort Wapple there. So Sculpted Dreams, I don't know if you've seen some of the... I don't know if I have any of it here that I can reach easily, but I did a whole bunch of snow / blood effect type things, because the crushed glass snow, of course, is well, just like real snow, so it kind of creates almost like a slushy type of an effect. So yes, this one is for first in medium, and we are trying to replicate the color scheme of our Loot Studios figure right there, Guinevere. The one we got for bust is to match our bust, and the one for dwarves, guess what? It matches the dwarves that we painted on stream. And this, there we go. So first place for the unit. And again, you can see the differences in the color schemes. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that was just shared by AD Creations, and please give AD Creations a follow. Yeah, AD, I can't wait to see what you do with yours. Actually, AD, believe it or not, I had a whole bunch of stuff just sitting around here that I could have entered. Let me see. It is from... I actually had like 2 Dragon Trapper Lodge figures that we painted on stream. So yeah, technically, if they're still part of Resin Beast, I already have an entry painted and finished for next year. So at least it's nice to know I have that in the bag, right? AD, I'll take it. It would probably have to go in medium, ironically enough. I think it would be a little too small for large. Although it technically is a large, it's a tree man. Yeah, we painted it on stream. It was part of my Lizard Man army. I'm like, holy smokes. Or not a lizard, it was part of our Fangorn Forest army. So Armored Wolf and I, we were talking about what we're trying to do for Golden Demon next year, and Lizard Men are a big part of that. Let's see. So Sculpted Dreams, I use the heavy gloss gel and the crushed glass snow. The same heavy gloss gel that we use for icicles, for fire, for everything. And there's a good example there. So you can see the icicles right there. You can see the snow right there. And the great thing about that is you can make melted snow, semi-melted snow. Where's that? Oh, here we go. You can do muddy snow like this. And that's the crushed glass snow and the heavy gloss gel. And of course, Armored Wolf Productions, that is where you can get the finest crushed glass snow out there. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Denethor, what's nice is that, of course, the Resin Beast is sort of on the open system, although now Golden Demons is too, apparently, kind of like a hybrid. And the creativity, level of difficulty, that is highly emphasized. It is emphasized pretty much above, I mean, it's not like no technical ability, but it is definitely emphasized far more than technical ability. So again, we're having some fun with our newly. Again, I would normally have to wait to do this. I can just do this straight away because again, it's the Alkids, or the Alkid medium, and ironically enough, taking one of our slower drying paints. But because we are really just chunking in tons of that medium, I think we won't have to wait too long for stuff to dry here. Now, of course, yeah, with the crushed glass snow, obviously, if you're going to do that on an oil painted piece, you will have to wait till the oils have fully cured, for sure. A little bit of an inconvenience, but I did that for all of our Galadrim elves. Okay. I might even throw a little bit more of that out here again. It's really hilarious seeing all that kind of seep its way down into here. Get a little bit more of the actual crimson in there. So yeah, that really, the Alkid medium here, Sculpted Dreams, because it has a thickness to it, right? It actually is, it looks like there's a liquid sitting there instead of just, oh, it's a little bit of red paint sitting on top of it. And again, AD Creations won third place for the large, I guess it's just large, not large creature, but a huge portion of what AD did on that was painted on stream, which is why you should give AD Creations a follow, because AD is going to be painting up her trophy, also getting down to work on next year's Resin Beast entries. I've actually, I've been printing out a bunch of Loot Studio stuff, Creature Caster stuff. I'm going to print out some more. Let's see, I don't know. Maybe after the stream tonight I'll try to get the next batch going since we have glorious cold weather here. Now, AD, what I'm not quite sure is, obviously, we won't know if Loot Studios and, say, Dragon Trapper's Lodge will still be part of Resin Beast next year, because those sometimes tend to change. I think Beasterium is the only one that's kind of been there since the start. Yes, Sculpted Dreams. We actually did a little test on the powder. So here's this is why. So that's acrylics. Look at that. That is why there ain't no such thing as capillary action with acrylics when. Where's our? Oh, here we go. Here's our thinner. So we did this little. There. Look at that. That is why you have capillary action with the oils. That's why you do not with the acrylics. Look at that. It's like a little. It's like a piece of gloss gel sitting over there. This is why we have capillary action with the oils. So yeah, Resin Beast, Adepticon, Creature Caster, is kind of the host of that. They put that on. You don't have to paint a single creature caster figure to participate. You just one of their other sponsors like Loot Studios, Dragon Trapper, Beasterium. So even those would be okay. Yeah, that's the one thing you know for sure, right, AD? And obviously, there's which one I want to target. And there's a couple of their stuff for unit as well. So yeah, this again was for the bust. It was third place for bust, and again, I'm trying to paint that as close as possible to what we did, well, for the bust category. And then our other one was done to match the dwarves as closely as possible, because there you go. Not sure what those numbers mean up there, but again, you can see a little bit of a difference between our two trophies there. And again, AD worked very, 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 very hard on a spectacular entry. I haven't heard anything from a certain place, either place. AD, yeah, haven't heard a peep yet. Starting to doubt if that's ever going to happen. Certainly wouldn't be the first time. Hey there, Double Trouble. Nice to see you back. Here's hoping that your Monday was great and your Tuesday is off to a flying start. We don't want to say off to a smashing start, especially if you're commuting at the time. Yeah, we try not to have a smashing start to the day on our commute. Working again a little bit the dark here. And that is going to set. It's not going to have that little bit of shininess to it. Actually, AD, what would be really nifty is if yours, this guy here, I think the demon had that same greenish and turquoise and such, some of the skin tones that you had on your main figure. That's my special request, because I really like that skin tone that you did on there. And I mean, see this here, that big broad surface, just like what you did on the figure itself. I think it would look really nifty on this. So I think maybe on a Discord server there, AD, is where you can see him, or maybe on the, well, I think there is a Resin Beast website, or you could just go to the Creature Caster website and they might have a link to that. Oh, that's right, you were going to do bronze. Well, you did have some bronze, a little bit, right, on parts of the Mandela and some parts of your main piece, didn't you? Actually, I'll shoot you a message, AD. At least there's one problem I had last year that I don't have this year. That happened quickly. So hopefully yours happened today as well, because that actually came in today. So I'll shoot you a message about that, and hope you had the same success in that arena. Yeah, AD, that's gonna be super fun. And again, everybody please give AD Creations so you can watch that being painted. It will be glorious. So yeah, AD, I guess I was so stunned that part of it actually worked out. I was like, wow, really? It was basically the part that didn't work out so well last year. Yeah, that would be it. Kind of difficult while you're a few miles away from home. Just a few, right, AD? I guess the only solution is that you just have to either move back here or to Milwaukee. Of course, if you move to Milwaukee, we're all just staying at your place for Adepticon. So you'd have to get a large enough house to not just accommodate visitors, but all of our painting stuff. So you'd have to have a dedicated painting space for your visitors. I mean, just think what could possibly go wrong, right, AG? Being closer to Chicago, you would, I'm sure, be participating in many more Glass Expo events, which I'm sure that is high on your calendar. Now, yeah, some of the downtown restaurants, they were very, there was some nice downtown restaurants for sure. Now, of course, the Bavarian Lodge here, it's on Ogden Avenue here in the Chicago area. Apparently, that's got, it's pretty darn close to Mater's. It's basically, it doesn't have the spectacular architecture, but Armored Wolf, they do sort of have kind of that taste of Germany platter. It's got the pretty much the same kind of structure. It's got the what was the centerpiece there? Oh yeah, it has the knuckle, and it's got the spetzel and the red cabbage and your sauerkrauts and your bratwursts and knotwursts. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Jenithor just shared. I guess that'll have to be a Monday tradition or a pre-Adepticon tradition, kind of like the Korean barbecue is. So now we're starting to really feel those transitions there. So everybody, please check out the link that Denethor just shared, and also please give Denethor a follow. Now I'm pretty sure that Peoria probably doesn't have any Korean barbecues, or certainly nothing like a Bavarian Lodge or Mater's. Yeah, AD, while it does make for a long Adepticon, it lets you kind of settle in. Instead of, you get there, you're trying to settle your, like, regular stuff plus do Adepticon stuff pretty much simultaneously. So yeah, this, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the, blood stuff. Let me try some here. Let me get this. We'll get some of this. And then we'll go over here. Yeah, let's work some more of that into our rocks and such. I don't think I've ever really done any blood effects on any creature caster, which is hilarious given the nature of creature caster stuff. Yeah, you're gonna have to send me some pics of those AD, because I forgot what you got too. I know that, well, there was one picture. I think it was all just kind of out, just sort of all kind of deposited on a hotel bed or something. Yeah, AD, it will definitely depend on voice and how you're feeling, if you're almost asleep or not. You know what? That's another one of his teeths right there. I'm going to get me. I'm going to go for it. We are going all out here. In for a penny, in for a pint on these blood effects. See what I did there? Yeah, I'm going to do me some more of that over here. Why not? What the heck? Well, we're really going to get a chance to see, we tested these out in a small way on our, whatchamacallits, they're a Trench Crusade fig. Now we'll test them out in a big old way right here. Yep. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours and 59 minutes ago, how much paint did this have on it? It had Zippo, it had new paint, not a zilch, none, 9. Nah, whatever, nothing. Again, we're mixing there our fabulous Perline Crimson with actual Alkyd medium. Hey, at least I found a use for some of that stuff, right, Drex? Thanks, Drex. Glad we did a little bit of a refill. Because we need our medicine, right, Drex? Yeah, otherwise you're going to be looking like this. See, that's what you look like with no medicine. AD, that sounds fabulous. That sounds right tasty there. So Denethor, I guess if a blood effect goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? So thanks, Drex. I really appreciate that. And again, that's just taking the Perline Crimson and mixing it with this. Now, normally, this is super glossy. It makes the paint super translucent, which is exactly what I'm looking for the stupid blood effects. Again, I could have thought of that, I don't know, years ago, but better late than never. Also, again, for our next stream, Flat Thursdays are back. We did this one last Thursday. Our upcoming one should be a lion. So yeah, we're going to do a lion nebula. Don't believe your lion nebula. I think that's going to be super fun. Again, I'm going to do a whole series of them. I already have these kind of AI references for a bunch of different, there it is. So I got one for lions, dragons, phoenix, wizard, kind of a Galadriel type. I don't know why the giraffe nebula just popped into my head for some crazy reason, but and you could do that too. Yeah, sorry about that, Drexia. That just kind of had to happen. And needless to say, I cannot confirm nor deny, but that particular turn of phrase might be used once or twice during that stream. In fact, it might be the title. It might just be the title. So be ready. Again, you don't get that kind of wordcraft on just any stream. Mostly because probably human civilization couldn't survive that much. And get me some more of that nice bloody stuff up there. Yeah, that is really wild. Having a blast with this. This was definitely not part of the plan whatsoever, but it really is. Speaking of, all seriousness, color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. We got all the reds up here. Well, guess what? We are, in a way, carrying the bloody reds all the way down to here. That is right, Drexia. It's always open mic night at the Walpoville Comedy Club, where you come for the painting, but you stay for the punning. Also, the puppet shows. We did have one of those. Yeah, we did have one puppet show. And thanks to Ruthless Skies, we get ourselves another one. So, yeah, that's not the Watcher in the water. He's like, well, I really don't see any water around, do you? He's like, well, yeah, but in Lord of the Rings games, there's no water on the table either. Yet there's still a Watcher in the water. Don't understand that. Thank you so much for that follow. Which brings us to another roll on our big Gandalf 6 for Ruthless Skies. And again, we've lots of 3s and 4s. Good solid rolls. Good solid rolls. Nothing to complain about there. So thank you so much, Ruthless Skies. Oh, speaking of which, eventually I want to start printing out some planes. Maybe even grab some of our 1/48 scale. But where'd that go? There you are. Because I want to do me another one of these. Because I think that would, and of course if we do it with the Alkids, that could be very interesting. And, where's he hiding? Nope, that's not you. Here he is. So, I determined that since this relatively fits on the screen, we are going to paint the Mega Wapelius Spellbust for our stream anniversary, which is coming up. Well, technically the 13th is the day. I think actually direct. Well, I know I have a Fogalore, I have a 262. I also have some 3D printable ones like a Heinkel 111, also a Junkers 52 Transport, I believe. You know what? Fine. Let's take some of this and some of our Perline Red. We'll just stoke that up too. Yeah, why not? Let's just do it. Again, in for a penny, in for a pint. We shall continue. In here. Now, the other thing it does is it saves me lots of time painting little extra detail thingies on these skelly friends. So, added advantage. I'm going to see if I can't sneak in a little. Come on, get in there. Get in there. So yeah, look at our capillary action experiment. That's still sitting there. You see any of the, look at that. That is all just completely receded into the ether. We still got that sitting there. Again, you wonder why you don't get capillary action with acrylics. That's about the clearest demonstration I can possibly arrange right there. Well, I'm going to have to do that on some vids too. Yeah, whoa, look at that. Look at all that juicy Alkyd Perling Crimson goodness. It's some of the priciest blood effect ever. Now again, I could have taken the dark red and the, the coal black, mix those together, but they would not be quite as rich as this. I don't think so. Again, if you got the same thing out of about $4 worth of Paul Rubens paints that you got out of, I don't know, 40 some odd dollars worth of Williamsburg paints, that would be an issue. Again, I would want to have some speaks with the folks there at Williamsburg if that was the case. You know what? I'm doing that. Wait. Yep, doing that around there. So that also makes the teeth there kind of stand out too. Not so bad. All right. Okay. We've had a whole bunch of fun playing around with our blood effects. Now we shall do some stuff with our blues here because that's had a chance to set for a while. I think we can mess around with this a bit. Now what I want to try and do, we did the sky blue stuff up here. Down in the recent, let me try this. Let me try some more of our black and our Prussian blue. Rely on the Prussians here to create something dark and menacing. Let's do this. This will be kind of like some of the reds. Oh, see that? Look at that. See how that is? That's not that shiny stuff anymore. That really deep reddish violet we put in there. Now, AD, I know that one of the big things you were trying to accomplish was to kind of stay on your normal sleep schedule. So it seems like you were mostly able to accomplish that. Which, if that's the case, that's sensational. That could go a long way to not having to, days and days of readjusting there back at the casa. The dark, I mean, that is some really dark blue in there. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to chuck me a little bit of the ultramarine blue in here. Yeah, so, well, yeah, so it's 309 here, 409 back in the homeland. Where is a space for my... Come on, give me more of this here. That's the ultramarine blue. It is mixed with our coal black. Is it okay? I'm just going to say that's also part of the blue there. Fine. Ultramarine blue. I'm just looking for more of just the ultramarine blue. Less of the black. What do we got going on that brush there? Well, I just need to clean all that out. Now we're getting somewhere. The nifty thing about the oak is none of this is dry. However, it is set so well that I can almost do like a regular glaze, and not like a pinline wash style thing, but almost a regular glaze. Which again, that would not happen with the regular oil paint. So again, we're learning every single day, learning something new when it comes to the oil paints here. Constantly trying new stuff. It is a never-ending cycle of experiments and testing. I know it can be a little bit dizzying to keep up with on the Patreon page. However, the whole point of that is to say, hey, you know what? This might be able to save you some money here. You want to be able to do this, but oh geez, that's going to be too expensive. Maybe this is a cheaper way, or like this approach here, right? The darker primer approach. Instead of the pre-glaze, there was a whole bunch of folks that just could not quite wrap their head around the pre-glaze. Here we just said, well, okay, what if there was no pre-glaze? What if we change everything around and try a different approach? It sure means that nothing gets boring. I don't know how many people, I've lost track of the number of folks that have kind of done the same thing over and over and over again for years with their miniature painting, until the point where they just say, I'm not really sure I want to keep doing this. They get so bored that they actually stop painting miniatures, which is a shame, because they're definitely really good at the painting. it just kind of loses its appeal because it gets to be too much of the same thing over and over. Trying new stuff, well, that can be scary. No doubt about it. But it is worth it to try again. Keep things relatively fresh. Almost throwing a not quite a verdigris, but almost like a mossy effect on there. So okay, I'm glad we did get that green in here. That was the green that we manufactured, because now our blood effects really show up well on that too. Yeah, Drexia. You know, the other thing too, and it's inevitable, right? Folks really they get kind of worried. Okay, what is a staining color and what is not? And once you remove that, then again, it's another little concern they don't have to be worried about. I think it's a little easier, wouldn't you say, Drexia, to kind of not have the hasty hobbit issue, where all of a sudden you just, ooh, that's all too much paint on there, whatever. I want. This is going to be borderline too late here. Let's not do. I'm not going to bother messing around with that at all. This I might play around with a little bit up here. Now that we're 4 hours 15 minutes in. So less than 4.5 hours ago, this bad boy was completely blank, no paint on it. So Denethor, I did not get to see very much. It was a typical Adepticon. I see my immediate area and the nearest bathroom. And usually that's the extent of it. I'm pretty sure that the Golden Demon stuff is on the GW site for sure. There's other stuff like, oh, what was it called? The Worthy. That was the Marvel Crisis Protocol painting contest. I would imagine that's on the Asmodee site or something along those lines. So that's another thing you might be able to see. Here's hoping that one day, at some point in the next, I don't know, 15 years, they actually have something besides Marvel Crisis Protocol figs being part of that. Because, you know, we have 1 or 2 Shatterpoint figs painted, or 20. Yeah, Sculpted Dreams, it is so much easier to kind of keep a handle on the paint there when it's basically all just starting out with a dry brush and then a glaze on top of that. Yeah, it's let me see. I saw the inside of the Creature Caster booth, and again the nearest bathroom, and the Loot Studios booth, which was practically right next door to the Creature Caster booth. Now I did manage to say hello to Ken at the Badger booth right at the very end, as in Sunday afternoon when he was packing up. But that is vintage Adepticon, vintage convention, really. Because let me see, been doing Gen Con since what, 2016? And I've seen an entire area of that that's really not much bigger than my house. In what, almost 10 years of Gen Cons? And that's not going to change this year either. Now, I wonder, you know, I should let some of that still be dark. Let's leave some of that dark here. I am going to try and catch a couple little highlights on this rocky stuff here. And not too much. You know, I got it here. Let me see if we have been Yeah, actually, that kind of works. You see, we got our red there, we got our blue, we even have some of our gold. So I think we accomplished what we were hoping to there. Yeah, Denethor. If I was not there, I was basically in the creature caster booth. Those are pretty much the two locations. Fine. Okay. Let me put that there. You know what? Maybe this will help separate just a touch here. Whoops, not that bright. There we are. Okay, now we'll get a little touch of light on the edges of that. Again, not too much lighter on this stuff. Let me do a little something on this horns over here. I wonder, see with his schnoz over here. I think I'm going to actually try to go with a little darker glaze. I wonder, do I have some pearly crimson that doesn't have any alkyd media mix in it? Okay, I think we'll try that. Nope. More thinner. Come on. There we are. Yep. And come on up here. I mean, this is the area where we want kind of our center of interest to be. So, a little pearling crimson just might do the tricky there. So Denethor, I think it's pretty safe to say that because, well, if we're streaming or filming, we're painting. The only time I'm not painting is when I'm printing or editing videos. So I think that that would not be too inaccurate. So yeah, that little touch of our blood red really did that. Oh yeah, was it corn for the corn god? That's the other sticker I gotta make. I gotta make that. Oh, also too, yeah, and our scale ale stickers. Holy smokes! Thanks for reminding me there, Drexia. Thanks, AD. You have yourself a good night and safe travels tomorrow. Shoot me a message when you're on your way, when you get back to Shay Creations. Now, again, there's so many fun Book of Welpel sayings. Of course, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. We have a couple other. We haven't really. Actually, let's see what we got here. Oh, that's some of our sculpting stuff. Oh, and that's one of our. Well, this is true. Egyptian violet is the king of all violets. However, we have learned that there's space for other purples there. And this is a key one because if you watch one of my latest tutorial videos, this was demonstrated to the nth degree. You can thin the oils, but you can't you can't break them down. Now, is this the... Yep, there we go. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. And we will demonstrate in a moment here. Where's our other one? Okay. Now that we did this very early on, we didn't have quite the shape. Well, let me zoom out. One sec. Let me zoom out here. And let's do this. So we got them both side by side. Watch that. Yep, which one of these has object source lighting on it? Can you really tell? If you didn't know, if you didn't see beforehand, which one? This is something we've never done before. We've always kind of had one of something. We've never literally had two of the same thing. What happened to our source lighting? Where'd that go? Oh, maybe because it has nothing to do with light and dark. Maybe. It's all about color and saturation. Looks a little different now with the color back, doesn't it? So thanks for the thank you so much, AD, for the well-timed. I wonder, do we want to get even closer here? Sure, why not? So yeah, that is that's pretty wild to see, right, Trexia? I mean, you kind of know that it's coming, but it still doesn't quite prepare you to actually see it in person. So see you later there, AD. And again, thanks for everything at Adepticon. Let me do some of this here. Sure, we'll darken that down a little. I might. There's a couple little here. What about in his little eyes? Is there? Let me see if we can make that a little darker. I'm going to try some of this. Let me get my Indian yellow here. More of that thinner, break it down, break it down. So that's the same value. It's all about now we're adding some of this intensity. It's a little bit of that Indian yellow. I was almost thinking, I've got this rust color over here that, well, boy, we got to really. Here, let me try and reconstitute that a little bit. There we go. Because, there we are. Let's do a little bit of some rusty stuff down there. So about 4.5 hours ago with it, we started on this. We started with a whole bunch of dry brush type stuff. Then we went into glaze mode. Then into more of a, well, even a little bit more dry brushing, and then kind of a more standard application. Then some more glazy stuff. Then even a little more dry brushy stuff, and then we went into the blood effects mode here, which has really been super fun. Again, that was not the original plan. It just organically worked out that way. And of course, that's something that the oils are very helpful with, is being able to make those on-the-fly adjustments, as we might say. To kind of go in there and say, what if we were to, I don't know, change it to this? Sometimes it's as simple as just taking a makeup sponge and wiping away some of the paint. Now here we got a lot of the white and blue mixed together. I'm going to try and sneak in a little bit of that sky blue there, so we have a bit more of a kind of a separation between his leg and, well, whatever this monster. Well, I guess they're both kind of monsters. Nope, I need to make sure I got some of the ultramarine blue in that. Now we can do this. Well, maybe a little more thinner. Come on out here. See, maybe where that's a little bit on the darker side. Well, yeah, okay. I just taking away a little bit of a brushstroke type thing. I mean, brushstroke maintenance phase, usually after hours 3. Let's see if I can't craft a little bit of our ultramarine blue down in there. That's a rock there. So that was a little bit of the basically Mars red. That is, well, it was one of the fast matte colors. Obviously, those don't exist anymore. Or no, was it, maybe it is just a griffin. Oh, yeah, okay. So it's just the, and I think it is Mars red, actually, well, basically it's pigment red 101. So essentially kind of like a reddish, a deeper reddish Terra Rosa, and that is one of the griffins. So it's not actually a fast matte, which is good. That is actually a good thing because, well, the fast mattes were decommissioned except for fast matte white. And now we've even found ourselves a good substitute for fast matte white. And conveniently enough, it's part of the Paul Rubens set. So good for us. I'll just, yeah, let's bring this over here and work with this. That's kind of getting light. We want to make sure we're mixing that with what's already here. Like so. How's about a little more up here? Yeah, a little bit more of our light. Also more there. We'll continue to add just a touch more of that light. Here now, it's a little more complicated now that we've got some of our blood effects rolling down this here. Okay, there we go. Spread out some of that lighter blue. Also here. Yeah. So those aren't just a bunch of weird light dots up there. We're going to try and let some stuff get a chance to mix together. Wet into wet. I mean, it is oils after all. Alkyds or no alkyds. Yeah, fine. Nope, that's be too late. I'm going to back away to this. That might just, that is more, yeah, that's better. That is better. That is a little weird, hard edge. You just got rid of that too. What all's happening up here? That's kind of looking a little too similar to the rocks, so... there's some of our lighter sky blue. I think we got a little more separation now from the rock. Some more of our light down there. All right. Can we keep going with this? Sure. Now yeah, remember we did the really, really, really dark blue stuff. Some of the crevices there. Let me see if I can change this. I'm gonna take some of the Prussian blue, some of the green. Now it becomes almost a bit more of a turquoise, so not so much of the reddish blue. It's kind of like what we're see, kind of like what we're doing up here with the red, the orangey red up on the top. We might still go a little bit lighter, also too on that. But here we got some of the some of our not radiant green mixed with some of our blue. Yeah, now we're getting kind of a nice little turquoise down here. That is gonna go over here. Some of that along here. So I got not quite the that reddish ultramarine blue, but something a little bit more towards the teal. Yep, now we get a little bit of difference. Let's try some of that over here. Let's do that now. Value-wise, not all that different. It's about the change in the color or the temperature of the color. Get from a reddish blue to more of a greenish blue. It's a subtle thing that nobody would probably look at and go, "Oh, look at that change." They will notice it. They won't notice it consciously, but the added interest that it creates, that they're going to notice. And of course, well, we've been talking about contest stuff, right? Given the nature of what it is that we're painting here, you want to you want the judges to really be taking a second, third, fourth look at your stuff. The way you do that is give them those nice little color surprises, as we call them. Maybe a little unexpected twist. So you say, okay, normally I would see this color here. Wow, I see something different. I try and get some of that turquoise stuff out here. Again, you see that's kind of a bit of reflected light there, but also a different color. Just like what we did on Mr. Demon up there. And a little, more there. With our turquoise. And I really think now that we hold these side by side, that worked out pretty well. I couldn't really be sure if it was going to work out in the way that I hoped. We just had to trust in the process and make modifications along the way if need be. Some of that turquoise and that part of the face. Well, there's another. Well, we can let that tooth be more blood effect, or maybe we will try to actually paint a little bit of a tooth on there. Fine, I'll grab a little bit of the white, maybe. I wonder if these two guys. I don't think I've been wiping the paint away with my hand, but we do have some of our white here. I'm going to actually try to do some lighter stuff on these little skellies down here. Yeah, I think all of these guys maybe could benefit from just a little touch of some lighter stuff here. I wanted to make sure they didn't get too light too quickly, because that can definitely happen. So here, so I can just chuck that on there. We will maybe grab this. So see, we have a little blob of paint there. We're going to just grab at the edges, and look at that. That went from a paint blob to something that looks like we did many layers of paint and painstakingly blended it. Nope, didn't have to do that. We just slapped the paint on there, take another brush, push it around a little bit. That's why we call it the old plop and push. Plop that paint on there, push it around. A little more thinner. There's my almost white. It's not quite white. It's a little more contaminated now by some of the other colors we've been using, which is fine. Recoil, yeah, it's funny because, oh gosh, wasn't it, I thought it was Surface Tension that's sent me a message saying that the spelling was somehow made better, but maybe that's a different AI, right, Recoil? Because the last time I used it, it had all the same old issues, right? And thanks for trying to fight through the AI with the spelling stuff. Recoil, it's so hilarious how that just never worked. And yeah, that's because what's his name? Max Velocity. He uses ChatGPT to try and get the pronunciations of town names. It's like, how can it know how you pronounce a town name, but it doesn't know how to spell APCC? Literally. Give me a logo with the letters APCC. It can't do it. So again, adding a little bit more of the later stuff here to some of our skelly friends. I might just back away a little so you can see a bit more of what we're working on. That's yeah, that'd be fantastic. Recoil. Well, we could. I guess we'll have to make Babylon 5 stickers. Yeah, like Night's Watch. There you go, Recoil. Yeah, like Night's Watch, and well, Earth Force, right? Chuck a little bit more of our white there. Something here. Is that another skelly friend down there? I swear. It's like a little skelly that's part of this shield there, of all things. Let me try some of this up here. So yeah, Recoil, I have to send you a link to these recipes that were sent to me, well, I guess you could say yesterday. But yeah, looking forward to trying these out in that slow cooker. I think it's going to be very delicious. So now I've got a little bit of the brown mixed in here. That's a little bit of a weird edge. I'm going to try and carry some of that light further down, especially now that I've got a little something here that I can kind of mix with, and then a blending brush to tie it all together. I could swear, I know I have that one Babylon 5 Agamemnon file, but I don't think I have a Star Fury STO file. Ah, there's another weird little edge there I'm going to try and take care of on that skilly friend. So this rope over here, let me try and let me make the edges a bit darker. If that doesn't quite do what I need it to, then, well, we'll go in the opposite direction. We'll make it later, but let me try, when in doubt, make things darker. That's also in the book I want, but yeah, that's, I think, what we needed there, just making that darker. Come on. Nope, not too dark. Now, in these recesses, speaking of darks, there's a little more separation now. Oh yeah, that's right, we're gonna do some lighter, like really, really light something on the skin. Let me grab this here. We have some of our white with it. I don't know, is this is pretty much, I think this should be lighter than everything else that's on there. So we're just gonna try here, mixing this up, breaking it down because this paint's been sitting on here a while. Okay, yeah, that, I think that's as light as we want that to be. Yep, and then we'll get some of that for the lightest bits on the skin here. Yeah, the elbow should, I think, have a couple of bright points right there. Maybe on his wrist. I think we kind of got him here. We need some more of those. I might even go a smidge later. Or do I just need to get more of my weight out here? I might need to do that. Couple little almost barnacle type things on the skin in a couple of places. Sure, something lighter along there. And let's see where we at now. 4 hours, 47 minutes ago. How much paint did we have on this? Well, we had some primer. Not so much with the paint. Use the Stino Res. I think it's literally just called red brown primer. Yeah, that's it. That's all it was that Stino Res and nothing else. Process began with some of that lighter dry brush. Then did some of the darker glazing. Started to work in some mid-tone, some other colors as well. Started working up to more of like a highlight in some places too. Then also did a little bit of secondary kind of glazing, knocking some things down. They're maybe getting too bright, or maybe an edge that was starting to show up too much. Because remember, edge contrast, that's another thing. Oh, actually, Rico, if you want to share some of your articles there on basing. Sorry, it's probably been hours since I last asked you to do that. Yeah, let me hit this up here. Don't want to go too late on the knuckles here, especially since we got the blood effects in there. Now, how is that worked out? Is that yeah, see, that's still holding steady right there. That is the alkyd medium giving it that structure, so it looks like there's actually a liquid in there instead of just, wow, there's some paint. You know, there's some red paint sitting in there. Because even some of the acrylic blood effects, they don't necessarily give you that dimension, right? That extra thickness like that. So everybody check out some of those articles there that Recoil posted. And Recoil, here's hoping that they get your camera thing all settled, and then you can start streaming again. I know that you had a nice run of streaming going there. And again, here's hoping all the technical stuff that all gets resolved. Yeah, so I mean the articles are fabulous, and again some really great content on basing. Now, what was the thing? Oh, it was the crackle paste. So again, I wish I had. I'll have to find you the vids and stuff where I was using the crackle paste. But if you thin that stuff down, well, like it's the Green Stuff World crackle paste. You get like a much smaller cracks. If you leave just like as is, you get much wider cracks. Either way is very nice. No, I should do that only up there. Like that. And again, apologies that this wasn't our usual Armada Mondays. I did just want to get the last of the trophies done out of the way. Because if I'm doing flat Thursdays, all of a sudden now it'll be all the way till Friday where I'd finally get a chance to paint this last one. And I just wanted to have them all together. Might even, well, at least for sure the next day, but maybe even on Tuesday you might be seeing them as a Instagram post. So yeah, record the and the other thing too is it's kind of nice to mix that with your well, any kind of texture paste. So while the texture paste is still wet, it hasn't dried or set yet, that's when I kind of take the crackle paste and I actually let the two of them kind of mesh together. So you kind of have this nice little flow between the crackle paste and kind of more your regular ground texture, if you want to think of it that way. Couple more of our lighter dots up there. You know, I might even, okay, fine. We do have some of this over here. Let's hope this won't get too light. Let's see what we got. Okay, and a little more of that down here as well. This is not a light color. This is maybe a middle tone. Possibly even considered a dark middle tone. So yeah, Rico, I'll try to find those vids for you. Obviously, some of them are part of the basing techniques, but there's definitely some in the army paintings. I know that the Tyranid army painting series did have the that crackle paste involved. Ironically, did not use it for the Trench Crusade stuff. We had lots going on there. And again, that is a series that I'm going to be this week. I'll be filming a new episode for that, for our Trench Crusade figures. Little touch of that magenta here, and some of the kind of the webbing between the fingers. I'm going to try and reach way down in there. No, that's too late for down there. Too late. Let me take some of this and some of that red. Come on, more of that red. Almost getting there here. Let me break that down even some more. I think now we've got it. So recoil, you have that link, the one that Brian created. We just kind of referred to it as the master link, because that's what allows you to just type in, I want to see basing, whatever, or trench style basing or something like that. So if you need that link again, I'll get you that. But yeah, that was a thing that Ryan created so that people could just kind of say, all right, I want to see gold non-metallic metal. And that goes out with every new Patreon message, and every so often I send it out to folks. So recoil in the... Also too, I can resend you the thing of the master links as well. So if you shoot me an email or something like that, I can email you the whole list again, which starts off with the army painting episodes, and it goes to the dark sword episodes, and then it starts going more towards your general techniques like color theory and oils. So yeah, see, we sharpened up the edges on the elbows right there. Trying to... Yeah, here, let me get some of that down in here. Even deeper with the red there. And again, it got the shiny stuff going on right now, but as that starts to set, the shiny goes away. Next up here, where we've got our alkyd media mixed with the I almost said quinacridone magenta. That is with the Perline crimson. I might reinforce a few little darks down in here now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So yeah, Rico, even just with that one search engine there, you can go through it. Again, you want to look for bolt action stuff. Now, the sad thing is that search engine also worked not just on Patreon videos, but it even worked on the Twitch channel to find various highlights. Of course, in a matter of 11 days, that all goes away. I have been trying as best as I can to save as many of the old sessions as I can. Well, the raw video is saved, but I've been trying to transfer those highlights to that second YouTube channel. The thing is, I can only do so many per day because, well, I kind of need the bandwidth for doing this, don't I? And also, right after this, I've got to upload the latest tutorial for the Patreon page. Now, also recoil when there's a multi-part series, whether it's army painting or that Resin Beast series. But let's say like I just posted episode 6. On episode 6 in the description, there is all of the previous episodes. So you wouldn't have to search for those as long as you have. Same thing with army painting series. If you're on episode 5, you go into the description, that will have all the links to the other episodes. Did I get the... Yeah, I did get the... let me try this little more right there with their darker stuff for the eye. Now here, let me backtrack a bit. Where's my green? Well, yeah, okay, that'll work. Yeah, okay, that was kind of a weird little slash right there. I think that makes a bit more sense now. Hey there, Git. How you doing? Everybody, please give Painter Lee Git a follow. Thank you so much, Git. Appreciate that. Thanks, Git. Actually, Git, were you in for one of the other trophies, or were you? I think you were watching the last Spacescape, right, on Flat Thursday. Check this out. Here, let's. That is pretty wild to see the two of them side by side with such a different, very different color scheme. And again, we've been doing some really fun stuff with the blood effects here. Where's my hair? Let's spin this back around again. Yeah. Well, our brand new custom oil painting blood effects right there. So Painterly Git. Well, it's I'm looking forward to making a whole bunch of stuff in the air fryer today. I mean, obviously we'll be doing the chicken thing, but I think we're on the taters. Got taters to do as well. But I think we might have to get some other stuff to make in that air fryer all at once there. Because I just realized, well, it's not a streaming day, so I think we should take advantage of that. So yeah, that was the first one, and here is the one for the bust there. And again, we were trying to match our color schemes close as possible. Anyway, whoops, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So that's for the bust. Now let's grab Guinevere. And so again, the red here, right? The red of the carpet and the lining. And then the blue on our monster here, right? To get the cloak. And then wherever we can, try to get some gold. Something going on there. So yeah, there's a bit of a difference between the two. Can't wait to see the pictures of them side by side. And of course, Git, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please give Painterly Git a follow. You know, no. Nope, not quite that. I'm going to get me, where's my ultramarine? Yeah, my ultramarine blue here. Start breaking you down with some thinner. Get rid of that on here. And of course, our next stream will be Flat Thursdays, and we'll be painting up that Lion Nebula. So don't believe your Lion Nebula. We'll use the same kind of, got a whole bunch of references. We did use the AI stuff there to create a number of fun concepts for some spacescapes. Yeah, Git, I was wondering about that. And Git, of course, I realized that technically I already, well, actually, Git, I have like several entries already painted for next year because, well, especially if Dragon Trapper's Lodge is still part of Resin Beast. I realized that one of my tree men that I painted for my Fangorn Forest army, well, that's a Dragon Trapper's Lodge figure. So technically I've got at least one entry. And, you know, in a pinch, we'll just enter these. So yeah, we've got, well, obviously I guess I'll try to bring these next year. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Painterly Git just shared. So hopefully Runic Raccoon is doing okay after Adepticon. I think we still have, what, 2 more Sundays there, Git? So Orcris definitely, I know I painted one of the Judgment figures and entered that in the contest. So Judgment is a creature caster game, so that would definitely qualify for Resin Beast. So no doubt about it. That is definitely a creature caster thing. Yeah, I was wondering about that Painterly Git. We managed to escape the con crud. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Facebook posts about people getting sick, so either that or they were just not physically able to make any more posts. Because they were too sick from con crud. That's possible, I guess. So yeah, definitely Orcris, stick with things that you're gonna have some fun with. I mean, even our little plan for Golden Demon stuff, it's based on something that would be very fun to do. And not just, well, I think this is what's going to win. Because there is no way to predict that. So it is the 20th, okay. I can't really, I can never remember if Easter is going to be before that or after that. Hopefully it's not the same day. Okay, yeah, we're just doing a little bit of blending brush right there. 1 second there, get. So that, well, I might not be able to join that day. Again, I really won't know until much closer to the time. But yeah, if that is the case, that might be a little dicey there. Either that or I could maybe join later. One second, there we go. No, I'm not gonna lighten up. I was thinking of doing something down in the, well, might maybe make it darker. Let's see what happens there. It's not so bad. Now, where's my, I'll just take the radiant green. That's gonna mix with that blue. It'll make it a little lighter. Also make it a little bit more of a turquoise there. We will try to add that. I wonder then if Little Wars it's either that, let's see. That would be really late in April then. That would be like the last week of April for Little Wars, unless it's on Easter weekend. Nice to see you there, Arathu. Actually, Denethor was in a little bit earlier, Arathu. So great to see you. Now, actually, Arathu, I guess, what was the big announcement that the Cathay army is, well, at some point gonna happen. So happy National Day there. So Arathu, I guess only a Quisling, right, would not celebrate Norwegian National Day. Yes, you don't want to be a Quisling. Let's do our, again, more that kind of lighter turquoise down in here. Let me work this in here. And now Arathu, I guess, was Big Jim going to have another one of his questionable real estate streams coming up? I think it's been a little while. So Little Wars is April 24th. Okay, so it is that next weekend then. I was like, I don't think it would be Easter weekend. But I told him just with the family situation here, late April, that could be a little bit dicey. Again, maybe something changes like spontaneously at the very last minute. Now, Rather, I wasn't sure. I know you were doing some painting stuff with the kids and all that, trying to show them, the wonders of miniature painting. Wasn't sure if you've had a chance to kind of get back into the painting swing of things. Yeah, I think it's been a couple of months, right, Arathu, since the last one. I seem to, I might have been doing, I might have been doing a slow cooker thing. Either that or I was down there to be changing, like, a filament spool or something like that on the FDM printer. No, I think I was doing a slow cooker dish that day. Because it was probably, well, it was in the winter time. Do I have a little bit of my white still sitting on it? I guess I have some of this over here. Let me see what we can do with that combined with our orange here. On some of these little almost barnacle type thing. What about his elbow here? I would like to... Nope, that's still not light enough. Fine. If we gotta, we'll just grab some more of our fast matte white. So thanks again, Git, for looking up that day. It's just, that is way too close to too many other things. I wish it was much further away from Adepticon. And also, they also moved it to a different venue, that's right. It is not at the Westin anymore, which is the hotel where Adepticon was at for at least 4 years, maybe 5. Well, hopefully hopefully you get your new personnel there, Arathu, and you can get back to doing that. I'm sure the kids really had a blast with that too. I'm sure they learned a whole bunch. We'll have fun with the Rascal there. And again, thanks Painterly Git for hanging around. Appreciate that. And here's hoping you have a fantastic Tuesday there. And again, hopefully things will work out. At least that I can join maybe for a later portion of the Council of Miniature Painters, if I don't get there on the early side of things. And again, that would be the Council of Miniature Painters. That's going to be on Monster Den Minis channel. Third Sunday of every month, basically. Collection of us painters we get on there. There's a little bit of a discussion. Something, got special guests. I know last time around you had Goobertown. He was talking about those basically kind of freehand transfer things. Was it? Oh, the nail art stuff. Yeah, again for sure. I don't think the Easter thing would be going till certainly 8:30 or 9 at night. I doubt that. That would be unusual. And again, we might not be doing that at all. So, well, it's something we'll find out when it gets to be closer to the time. Now, I need to get me a little something lighter when it comes to this brown and this rope back here, which I think is what it is. It's the rope for the skellies here. A little more there. Here. Also, something going on there. Now, let me do some glazy there, because this right here, a little bit rough in there. I might just take some of our... Do we have our sort of Van Dyke brown? Let me really break that down. So that is now a live, active project there. It was still kind of in the works before they wanted to have it ready for Adepticon. Didn't quite make that. So if you check out the link there that Painterly Git posted, you can see what that's all about. I'm sure a whole bunch of folks have probably heard about that new project there that Goobertown's been working on. Anything more? Yeah, let's do this here. Ah, boy, that actually, that Van Dyke Brown, even though it's not really a Van Dyke Brown, it does make a decent little glazy color. Again, now the regular Van Dyke Brown that we would use, say from Williamsburg or whatever, that is really nice and deep and rich. That is actually really good for, say, pre-glaze, because it's a staining color, all right. No doubt about that. And the alkyds, like we're using, disadvantage is going to be you will lose that aspect of it. So even something like, say, an Indian yellow or a dioxazine violet, whatever, that is not going to have the same staining power as a regular oil paint. It's just kind of it's a trade-off. Everything tends to be that way. You gain something, maybe you have to give something away in another area. I think that is, yeah, that's better there. What about this over here? That's a little odd. Let me see what we got here. It's brown. Maybe I will grab me some of the yellow here. Let me get rid of that chunk of whatever. I'll do the same here. Kind of unifies that a little bit. Oh, also we should get some there. And let's also do a little bit of brushstroke maintenance. Getting rid of some choppy stuff there. Yeah, and now here, let's get that out there. I'm curious here. Let me, I'm trying to find an area where I can just kind of stick my brush in here. Okay, so that still has to set up there. I do here. Let me maybe get a couple of little light areas on the edge of this. Again, I probably have wiped some of them away already with my finger, doing other stuff. Okay, we'll work that in here. Yep, definitely wiped that part away with my finger. I can see it. There used to be paint there, then it got wiped away. Some of this black, a little bit of the brown. Nah, that is too much. Look at that. Make that edge a little bit, yeah. There's pretty much right there just the the original primer sitting there. Alright, oops, not too much. Blending brush to the rescue. Take some of that away. Come on. And we, oops. Ah, we've made it all the way around. Ah, you know what we still have to do here? Let me grab some of you. Oh, look at this. We're back to our radiant violet again, or no, radiant gray. That's it. Yeah. Just gonna do a little gentle something here on these crazy numbers. I'm not quite sure what this is all about. There is a little arrow thing here. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe it's something to do with the Judgment game, I guess. It's possible. And I think now I can... Ooh, maybe this... That might have been a little more thinner than I wanted on that, but let me try to... That might be a little later than I wanted. No big deal, because we're coming back with our blending brush anyways. I want maybe a little more green into that. Ah, there we are. So a little less of the dry brush stuff. A little bit more of just our lighter gray there. Turn this baby around and we'll do the same here. Fine, we'll throw a little lighter something up there. Bit more down there. Yeah. Don't want to... Yeah, let me just do that up on the top here. Yeah. Work that up on the top there. So trying to get this top edge, a little something on that. Maybe we'll shoot a little bit of this down into there, not too much, of course. Ah, that's something we can get to over here. Now that I did the darker glazy stuff on there, I got actually something I can mix with. And maybe one more round of trying to lighten this stuff up here. Right here along the edge of this horn. One more here. Blending brush again. Or is, well, loaded blending brush. That's what we've been calling it. Where we've been doing a blending brush that actually has paint on it instead of the usual blending brush that does not have any paint on it. Yeah, we're running out of places to stick our hands here. This might just be the last of the lighter stuff we throw on this horn here. Find a little something more right up in here. Yeah, that's like all the cool kids, right, Camda? Loaded whatever. Of course, right now, all I can think of is a loaded baked potato. That's where my brain is right now. I want me a loaded baked potato. Got the cheeses in there. You got your bacon bits in there. Maybe some sauteed onions. Who knows? Oh, German potato salad. That's what I gotta make. That's what we were talking about. That was on that Taste of Germany platter we had at Mater's. This is a cuisine channel after all. That's what I got. I need to get me the ingredients. Well, first I gotta look up a recipe. Because it's been a long time. It's been many years since I last made the German tater salad. Yeah, Orcrist, I will be making some taters in the air fryer with the chicken, but they'll be more the roasted type in the air fryer. But, well, when I'm at the stores tomorrow, I think I'm going to have to get me some bacon taters, if you know what I mean. 1 second there, Orky. There you go. So, I mean, this is also well, now I guess it's a trophy painting channel. It's also an Aussie Rules football channel. Again, fabulous Aussie Rules football. Again, break up the Gold Coast Suns, sitting there maybe in first place, top of the ladder. Unless they lost, in which case it's probably Hawthorn sitting at the top of the ladder. I think it's not the word Orcris. Yeah, it was the context. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. And I could see, yeah, I could see why it's doing that. Let me, okay, cop a little like right there. Again, right behind where his head is. Because again, that's a center of interest right there. I don't know, maybe I will leave that little bit of red that's in there. Maybe not. Let's maybe go with this. Oh yeah. Well, that talk about almost like a Payne's gray there. Holy smokes. Well, that's how all Payne's grays are. They're all mixed up. Here, let me get a little bit of the violet in there. So I get another little separation point here. Not so much the lighter. It's as much the color right there. Hey there, Crypt Shadow. Great to see you. Happy Tuesday and all that. And again, a little programming announcement. We've got, so let's see if Sunday, so the 13th is Sunday then. Again, that might be when we do the streamiversary. I might just do it on Saturday. And we will be, I'll be painting our Mega Wapelius spell bust, which again we created in the slicer by taking the Wapelius miniature and using this Nerixon plinth right here. Now, well, happy birthday in advance there, Orcrist. Happy birthday in advance. Now, I don't actually recall that there's a certain person have a birthday coming up. I forget if a certain mom might have a birthday in the spring. I'm just getting it mixed up with Kathy's mom. So again, see that's got a little bit of the bluish gray to it. It's not just the fact that it's later, a little bit of the bluish gray. So they give more targeted stuff here. So that was first for medium, that was third for bust. The second place trophy obviously was different, and this was for first with the unit. That was for our dwarves. Oh, here again we can have these side by side. That's a very different look for the same troll. Here we go. Let's that really looks very different. So October. Okay, that's That would... Okay, sorry about that, Recoil. I think I'm mixing that up with somebody else. I just don't want to miss that, and of course, we don't want to miss the big Anzac Day celebration. So yeah, Crypt Shadow, that might have been like the first year of Resin Beast, first or second year. I know last year it was wooden plaques. This year it was these trophies, so I would imagine next year it's probably going to be these again because, well, they can just kind of print those out. The first ones were massive chunks of actual resin, I believe. I think this version is definitely a much easier, a more sustainable thing because obviously all that's got to be brought down to Milwaukee. Thanks to Armored Wolf for sharing the Instagram link. So again, these trophies, I'll be posting some pictures of them with the Resin Beastie stuff on the Instas. Might even have to... I might have to break out the... put him in the rotating carousel type thing. That might be... I've never tried something like that. I might have to do that. Yeah, so Crypt Shadow, I don't even know if they have any more of those. I mean, I do wish these were a little bit less vertical because we're gonna have to paint them this way, right? So Crypt, I hope everything is going great. Might even get a little bit more of this bluish gray down here. And of course, 5 hours 35 minutes ago, how much paint did this have on it? It had none. It was that color brown. It was just our red brown primer, Stynel Res. That's all it was. We may or may not have added just a little bit of paint to it since then. Looking forward to painting up another one of our nebulas on our next stream on Thursday. As far as color-wise goes, it would be a similar palette through each one because I was kind of hoping to have like maybe a batch of 5 or 6 of these here, and could make an interesting little group photo. Crypt Shadow, if we get to do some of these tasty, well, if I had a loaded baked potato right now, I would be a happy camper, as they say. But here's hoping we can do all kinds of yummy air fryer stuff tomorrow. There's a bunch of different things that might. I know right before, well, not right before, but in the week leading up to Adepticon, I did a mass air fryer thing and pretty much ate that right up until the day we left. And again, many thanks to Recoil for turning us on to the fabulous concept of the air fryer. Blending brush. Like that. Some more of that on this top edge here. Now, yeah, Crypt Shadow, ironically enough, one of the things I will be doing, I took out one of the chickens out of the freezer. Whole chicken is going in the air fryer. There was a point I was doing those, Recoil, one of those about every 2 weeks, no, about every 3 weeks or so. Yep, and we are due for one of those. Yeah, Orchrist, the air fryer is the ease of cleaning that, as in you just like you take 2 seconds, you wash out the little basin thing, you're done. That's it. No matter how messy the thing is that you're cooking in there, it's just so easy to clean that. And yep, we're just first the chicken goes in there, then the taters go in there, or it could be chicken, then a whatchamacallit, a tenderloin might go in there. Then we use all the juices and such, infuse that into precious taters. There we go. Alright, so yeah, a couple little lights on the edge of that rocky whatever there, outcrop. And again, I will be curious to see when all the blood effects really do set up. Now again, we're using the alkyd medium, and I can even see some of that seems like it is starting to set there. Let me play around. I've got somewhere. Well, I think there's still some paint. Let me take all that paint off of there. So yeah, that's that hopefully is going to maintain its structure. We're still going to manipulate a little bit of that. But again, this was our experiment on I think was it a couple of Trench Crusade figs, and that worked out pretty well. So we kind of we transferred that idea to this. It was not part of the original color scheme, that's for sure. It just seemed to call for it. Yeah, Crypt, that definitely sounds very, very tasty. Again, this is a cuisine channel. More recipes, more better. But yes, I think we need to actually the potatoes that I've got would actually work with German potato salad. And that's yeah, you know what? I wasn't originally going to do that, but let's do this now while we have the brush ready and the color here. Actually, Denethor, I have a waffle maker. Oh, that's right. We're gonna do blueberry waffles. That's right. But I know where that is. That's downstairs. Maybe we gotta start making some of those too. Well, let's see. So yeah, Orchrist, the convention doesn't like outside food, but if we made the food inside the convention center at Fort Wapple, they can't object to that. Yes, we'll just turn Fort Wapple into a baking area or a cooking area there. I'm sure the fire marshal won't mind a couple of propane tanks and some Coleman stoves or something like that, and a couple of air fryers plugged in to boot. So yeah, Denethor, it's one of those things you just kind of stamp it down, right? You mix up your stuff. The one thing I did learn about that, same thing for pancakes. Oh, and just like oils, don't be hasty. You gotta let that stuff set. You put it on there, right, and you don't mess with it. Yeah, I think it's a foolproof plan, right? Recoil, it's totally foolproof. As in, only a fool would try it. So Orchrist, more cheese curds, more better. That was the one thing I wish I could have had at while we were up at Adepticon there. because again, there is no denying the fantastic cheese curds there. Love those. Alright, I'm going to throw me a little bit of the dark now into this. Like we do. Again, it looks all shiny right now. It is not going to dry that way. This, as we've learned, these alkyds right here, they dry ultra matte. Let me work you in there too, okay. Yeah, they would not mind a whole bunch of air fryers plugged in. Instead of an iron resin beast, to be a resin chef. Yep, whoever makes the tastiest recipe. And of course, plating matters. Yeah, you can't just chuck it out on a paper plate. Plating matters. So your originality on plating. Food has color and texture. Yes, the plating is like basing, right? Recoil. Okay, there we are. All right, that's helpful right there. Look, we need a little shadow, right? Like coming down this way. Now, I guess the one issue might be getting your raw materials into the convention center in the first place. So Denethor, I think it was just one of those things where it did not sell well because most people, they don't really know what to do with the alkyds. They're not quite sure what to make of them. It is funny, right, that Paul Rubens has an entire line of them, even bigger line. I really liked him, Denethor. It's too bad they got rid of him. But of course, the Griffin alkyds, they work pretty well. So I gotta say, and they're also cheaper than the Gamlin whatchamacallits there too. So I mean, fine, you take something away, we'll find something else. And again, you also have the Paul Rubens oils too to work with. And that's mostly what we've been using here. We had a little bit of the Griffins. No, I think it's just because they kept the fast matte white. I think it's just they weren't. They didn't sell very well. Maybe just they didn't quite market them. They didn't know how to market them. They should just let us market them, right? So Denethor, I think the Griffins are, because I think they're definitely a little higher quality than the Paul Rubens. Now again, the Griffins, there's a lot of things they don't have, like the fluorescent colors. But the Griffin, now again, I haven't. It's been a little while since I last looked through what's available in the Griffins. But there's a fair amount there. Now again, the Paul Rubens, that's something that you would most likely get on Amazon. But I got the Griffin, quinacridone magenta, that kind of basically Terra Rosa / Mars Red. I've got, well, it's their version of Indian yellow. Their Hansa yellow works pretty well. It is a nice substitute for the Hansa yellow from Gamlin, which is I'm just about went through that too. Nah, that is too late. We shall backtrack a bit there. There we go. Again, trying to get a little bit of the bluish gray there. Has about some of that down here to be a little bit different from the color on our Skelly friends. But now, oh gee whiz, as we get very close to 6 hours, it's also close to 5 a.m. here. That's why we're so famished. That's why we're so hungry. Because we haven't had supper yet, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning almost. Wow, look at that. So yeah, Denethor again. The Van Dyke Brown one seems to be helpful. The magenta one works well. The one that's essentially like a Terra Rosa. I don't know if there's a Mars Black. That would be handy if there was such a thing in the Griffins. There is a Dioxazine Violet. Again, the Indian Yellow. Oh, Windsor Yellow. That's that one there. That is basically that is a nice, almost even Steven match to the Hansa Yellow, which again, as you can see, not a lot of it. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. Also, there was some raids. We appreciate Armored Wolf doing all of the moderations, of course. Definitely get the there is. I think I have their Thalo Green now. I've got the Fast Mat one, but yeah, if you get their Thalo Green, that should work out well for you too. Oh, also Prussian Blue. There is no indigo, so you have to kind of make your own, and we did that here. So again, let's have our two trophies side by side. Whoops, there we go. Got them lined up. So again, two very different color schemes. Oh, no problem there, Denethor. Great to see you again, of course. So even the tongue is a little bit different, and then we got all the blood effects going on. So super fun. And again, thanks Ruko, and of course here, let's get this raid countdown going here. Now, thanks Denethor, appreciate that. Again, that will match. Where is she at? Here she is. So again, the red, the blues, right, and some of the golds. So see you later there, Camda, and see you later there, Recoil and Mom. Here we go.